Hey there. Welcome to our Wednesday night story walking with Doug and theory talk for From Season 4. So we've got a packed panel. We've got, in addition to Scarlet and Carl, Mr. Grant Gregory joining us, and of course our awesome friend Doug Hughes, always the guest of honor. And I've got to change our background. We have Duster, R.I.P. Duster. One last time. We'll look at that Duster background one last time before it's gonna be gone because it got canceled today.
And say your prayers.
It got canceled today. God damn it!
From the duster to the diner. There we go.
There we
should
go.
have had a requiem for it. We should all come out with candles.
Goodbye, Duster. Damn. And goodbye interviews. I was gonna do more interviews, and I'm sure like almost all of them aren't gonna happen except maybe one. We'll see. But anyway, we're not here to talk about that. How are you doing tonight, Doug? Thanks for joining us again.
I'm well, thanks. Got all my housework done, so feeling pretty good about myself.
Awesome. Let's say hi to the folks here in the chat. I made the stream later than usual, so we're not too backlogged with posts from the last 24 hours. Hey there, Kelly. She was first after Carl. Carl was technically first, and let's see. Scarlet was there. Steve is here with Alice. Oh, I'm early. 79 minutes to go. Hi with Alice. Let's see. And Steve was here counting it down. Jen, they were all counting it down. Jen, the teacher. Hey, Dieter. Nice to see you. Good morning. Hello, Shadow Skulk. Let's see. I'm sorry things are still rough for you, Dieter. Hope it gets better. Hey there, CT5V. I will check my DMs. Absolutely. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Trace. Welcome. Nice to see everybody. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. Samuel, I need to make some assassins. What in the world is assassin spaghetti?
I
never heard of it.
Sounds spicy.
Sounds bloody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll let someone else eat it first with that name.
Yeah. It's us. Hi, Steve. Nice to see you. Yeah, Steve, I'm upset about Duster too. Yeah, it sucks. HBO cancels so much good stuff all the time, and lots of streaming services do. And I would just say this as a PSA. Before I do that, hi, Kimberly. She says, hi, Doug. Kimberly. Hi, Brumley. Before I do that, PSA, okay? I thought of something today. Like, why do so many great shows get canceled so early on streaming services? And then because I thought about it, on streaming services, we don't have the limitations we had with broadcast TV, where there are a finite number of slots to fill, and only a certain number of pilots could get picked up every fall. With streaming, I'm like, why are all these amazing shows getting canceled? And I thought about it. So many people say, "Oh, I'll check it out later. I'll binge it when it's over. Oh, that sounds interesting. Maybe I'll check it out." Like halfway through, people are still thinking about it because there's no urgency anymore with on-demand streaming. Anyone can just at any time decide to watch a show. But if you do that, think about that before you do that. Think about how you could actually be jeopardizing the show, because if you don't watch it week to week, they're looking at the ratings and think this is a failure. And then later, when you watch it, the season's over, you binge it like you planned, you love the show, guess what? It could be gone. This is a popular thing that people do, is wait. So don't wait. If there's a show you want to watch, just watch it. And hopefully we'll see less show cancellations. Steve says, Doug, how are you? How are you? We've already asked you that, but.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks. Stevens, I hope you are too.
What, Scarlet?
I said, at this exact moment, Doug, how are you?
At this exact moment, yes.
Well,
a couple
it can
minutes
change in a second, so
Yeah.
Yes. Let's see who else is here. Scrolling. Oh, hey there, Jay Sleek. Nice to see you. Too late. You've started a pasta holy war, Samuel.
Nice.
That's great. Let's see. JT Moore is here. I miss old school from when those that didn't follow the rules get put in the box. Yeah,
One of them did.
One of them sure did. That only one
I
time.
remember that episode.
Only
That's
one time.
indelibly stamped in my memory.
Yeah. And Boyd said that's never getting used again. Formerly Decipher. Who? Oh, okay. I didn't know that was formerly Decipher. Where is it? Yeah, right here. Hey there. See, now you're DV9er Zember. Hey, you always have interesting names. Decipher was unique as well. Just Me says, hello. Thanks, Dieter, for the Discord. I didn't get a YouTube notification. Oh, yeah. I guess Dieter must have tagged everybody because I forgot. Thank you. I ran out of red clothes. The rest of my clothes are in the storage unit, including some red ones. So I finally had to break out some other colors. So you guys won't think I only own about 5 blouses.
You're wearing my favorite color.
Purple, huh? Yeah. I love it. The regal Julius Caesar kind of color. Julius Caesar loved purple too.
Julie Caesar.
Oh yeah.
I thought that's where you were going with. You didn't go there, but I did.
I didn't go there.
Actually, that would be a good handle for you, Julie S. Caesar.
Oh, it would be good. Yes, Julie S. Caesar. Yes, use that as my alter ego. Hey, Just Me. I already said hi, Just Me. Let's see. There was another one I missed. Hey there, Miss J. Nice to see you. And thank you. I guess people are glad to see I don't own only 5 blouses. So thank you.
Yeah, it was lucky. I was going to wear the same thing as you, Julie. I'm glad we coordinated.
Yeah. Yes.
You can have a buy a blouse button instead of buy a cup of coffee.
Yeah. I've been cycling through the same 5 red blouses since January. So yeah, it was time for a change. I just love wearing red. It's my favorite color to wear. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, Just Me. I'm still salty about 1899 getting canceled too. I've never seen Night Sky, but Counterpart I started watching, and that's an excellent show.
Yeah, Counterpart and Firefly I still haven't gotten over.
Yeah,
I've heard
Raised by Wolves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think we all have one.
Yep.
Or 2.
Indeed. Brandon, hello. Nice to see you. Brandon had been taking a break for a while from the internet and from our streams, and glad to see you're back. And he says, Doug, glad to see you.
Nice to see you too, Brandon.
Yeah, he's been going through tough times. Hope you're doing better, Brandon. Let's see. Did I get everybody? Oh, hi, Amy. Oops. Chat jumped on me. Hi, Amy. Oh, Koala Tea. Hey. Hey, Brian. This is Brian from Koala Tea Reacts channel, which I absolutely love. He's my favorite rap reactor by a mile. He's hilarious, and he gives great, insightful, entertaining commentary on hip hop and rap music and Kendrick Lamar. I mean, my go-to for anything Kendrick Lamar related. So thank you so much for stopping in, Brian, and for shouting me out in the chat again. Today, he did a live today. I popped in the chat, and he put my channel up on screen again, and showed like the interview that I did last night with Revis Dorsey from Duster. He put that up there, and as usual, being so kind and supportive of fellow content creators. Appreciate you so much, Brian. Thank you.
I have a question for Brian, actually.
Yeah.
I'm curious about the Koala Tea handle. Does it have anything to do with the Koala Tea joke, Brian?
Ooh.
Yeah. I'm curious to know that too.
Do you know
there's
that joke, do you, Julie?
you told it to me. I don't remember it now, but I know you told me the koala tea joke. And
it's one of those jokes that, you know, it's a really silly story, but like it's all to get to the punchline, which of course is a play on words.
Okay.
Care to indulge us, Doug?
Yeah.
Well, okay, I'll give you the short version. There's this
Okay.
guy, he's a real tea aficionado, and he finds out that there's this very rare, very expensive tea you can only get in this little town in northern Australia. It's called Merci. Why it's got a French name, I don't really know. Maybe some French sailors landed there and they were so happy that they survived that they named the city Merci. But anyway, this town in Australia, Merci, they make this koala tea. It's actually made from koala fur, you know, and this tea aficionado is like, he's got to try this stuff. So when his holidays come up, he books a trip to Australia, treks all the way from Melbourne up to this town in the middle of freaking nowhere. He gets to Merci and he goes to this place that specializes in making this tea. So he orders a pot and they bring it to him and he pours a glass and he takes a sip and the cup is just full of koala fur. And he's like spitting it out and he's going, what the hell is this? This thing's full of fur. And the woman who just served him said, didn't you know? The koala tea of Merci is not strained.
That's great.
Hey.
It's a really lame joke, but it kind of stuck with me because that joke came up when I was doing a tour. I've told you about this tour, this tour of a kid show called Alligator Pie. And our pianist loved that joke. And so she got this little stuffed koala and named him Merci and kept him on her keyboard every day. And I can't remember why we did this, but we stole it one day and we made a little ransom note, cut a bunch of letters out of the newspaper and put this thing together that said, you know, give us 50 grand in unmarked bills or you'll never see the koala again or some damn thing. We held on to it for about a week before we gave it back to her. But yeah, she had a little koala named Merci.
Did you get your money at least?
No, are you kidding? We were on a school tour. We didn't have any friggin' money.
Nice. Oh, yeah. I can't imagine the school tours paid much, but great experience. Great experience for an up and coming actor, I'm sure. He said, Doug Hughes, you made my name 100 times better. I wish I got my name that way. I wish I got my name that way. Amazing story, amazing joke, he said.
So This is the perfect time, Koala Tea, for you to say to me, merci.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't
Love
strain
it.
yourself, but, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Love it. Nice pun usage. Let's see. Steve. Steve. I loved 1899 too. And Raised by Wolves I heard it was great. I never got a chance to watch it. Please hit the like button, folks, if you haven't. It helps people find the stream. That'll be much appreciated. And check out Koala T's channel. Dieter dropped the link in the chat. Check out Brian's channel, Koala T Reacts, for hilarious, entertaining, and insightful rap reactions. Kendrick, Drake content, anything going on in hip hop right now that's hot. He'll be talking about it and doing lives and videos. You can't go wrong. And D Cypher says, "Hi Doug, I hear you're a star."
Who the hell told you that?
Yeah.
Speaking of Drake, I heard something amazing on the radio today. I was listening to the CBC this afternoon, this show in the afternoons, and the DJ mentioned that he holds the record by far for the most number of hits to make the Billboard chart. It's something like 568 or something like that. I just thought, I can't imagine that, you know.
Is he a German fella?
What's that?
Is he a German fella?
Who, Drake?
That's Canadian.
He's Canadian.
No, Canadian. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are these counting songs he worked on? You know, like someone said,
I don't think so. I think they were just his hits, but yeah, and the closest person to him has like less than half of that. It all got started because apparently Mariah Carey just came out with a new hit, and she's now got 50 on the Billboard charts so far in her career. And that sounded like a lot, but then when I heard that, I thought 500. I think that was the number. It was 500 and something. So that's insane.
That's wild. Yeah, a lot. By the way, Brian responded, yes, but merci beaucoup.
De rien.
Nice. Yes. He wears his green screen, like Dieter said. He has a green screen he sits in front of in his live streams, and sometimes things get a little crazy on his lives. And then people donate money. He rips the thing down, and he's like wearing it. He's like completely just overwhelmed, and just wearing the green screen, and then he looks like a floating head because the green screen's all wrapped around him.
Like Harry Potter when he gets his invisibility cloak.
That's what it looks like. Exactly. That is what it looks like. Hey, SL Rhodes, nice to see you. Dieter says, Pandecolima, why are you on cam? My phone is getting hot again.
Sorry. It's what I do. I make things hot. Usually microwave, but sometimes I guess over the live stream.
Yes. So so Doug, still no word on anything From related, right? Nothing. You haven't heard of anything regarding the show in general? Because I haven't either.
No, all I've seen is, people posting pictures of themselves online in front of their trailers and stuff. But
I know that once you do get word about you specifically filming, that you can't talk about it, and we will never pressure you or ask you anything. But yeah, I wasn't sure if anything else came out regarding the show in general, and I hadn't heard anything other than just seeing random pictures in front of trailers. Nothing that exciting yet, anyway. Just happy that they're filming at least. Yeah,
you and me both. I don't have any specifics for you at all, and I've been thinking about when next season is released, it's going to be tricky for me coming on here because there's going to be so much I'm not going to be able to talk about, and that's going to be a hard thing, I think, for us to engineer, but we can talk about that when we get closer to the day,
Absolutely. Yeah, I've thought about that and wondered it myself, if MGM will have a problem with it or what, but yeah, we'll deal with it when it comes. Maybe with certain stipulations, they might be okay with it as long as we steer clear of related.
Well, the basic thing is I'm not allowed to talk about my character. I'm not allowed to talk about about plot. And the thing last year was because I was in the season finale, the whole season was out before I started doing interviews and stuff, But this time around, chances are I could be showing up, much earlier in the season and, while episodes are still being released kind of thing. And that makes it a lot harder to talk about stuff,
Right.
So we'll just have to cross that bridge if and when we come to it, I guess.
Yeah, because we would sure miss you.
Miss you, Doug.
Yeah.
I miss him.
Well, I can always come on and we can talk about hockey.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Go.
Throw out some limericks.
What's that? Sorry?
Throw out some limericks.
Yeah, totally. Oh, we could
play some saxophone.
I could get out my book of 1,700 bawdy limericks and treat you to a few of those.
See, it's always a good time, even if we can't talk From. There's a million other things we can talk about with Doug. He's a Renaissance man. You never know what you're going to get with Doug. Tony's here. Hey, Tony. Nice to see you. He said, I thought Pandecolima was Spanish.
It is.
Yes, it is. Yes, indeed. Right. Carl, what does that mean again?
My mom is from Mexico. My grandfather was a baker in Colima. And so then pan de Colima means bread from Colima. So that's the story of the name. So that's to honor him and to honor my family. So
beautiful.
I'm here for all your baking needs.
It's beautiful.
Because you're hot.
It's hot everywhere.
Nice. Hey, Bill Chill. Nice to see you. Welcome. Hope everyone's having a good Wednesday night. Julie, if you want giveaway for a Doug cameo today. Oh, did I miss a DM about that, Dieter? I'll have to look at my DMs. So it's a lot of alarm bells. There's a lot of sirens. Yeah, I'll take a look at my DMs and see what you said. There must be something about this. I'm guessing. Yes, Doug?
I was just going to say, there's a comment here from Brandon. It says, I've seen people comparing another show coming out that's supposed to connect to From. From is its own show, and I hope it's not true. I'm wondering if you're referring to The Institute, Brandon, because there is some sort of From connection, but the series doesn't have anything to do with From. So I don't know if that's the one you were
Well,
talking
there's a Jack Bender connection.
Yeah, and also a Stephen King connection.
Yeah,
because he's a big fan of From and all of that. But The Institute is, its own discrete story. It doesn't have anything to do with From. So if that's the one you're thinking about, don't worry about it.
It's on MGM Plus as well, so that's probably another dot people are connecting.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. And we're going to be covering that on this channel. It's premiering this weekend. They said Sunday the 13th, but if it's any indication what they did with From always came out at midnight on MGM Plus app, and then it would be on some TV network if you had a certain cable channel at 9 p.m. on Sundays. So I'm assuming midnight. We'll be doing watch parties when the episodes drop, and then on Monday nights at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be covering that show every week. I'll be doing deep dives into every episode, and I'm psyched about it. It's a Jack Bender produced and directed show, so that's promising, and it has mystery and definitely supernatural or sci-fi kind of elements to it. So looking forward to that. I think From fans are really going to enjoy that. Yeah. Anyway, Tony was saying when Lovecraft Country dropped, I was getting 30 to 50K views a video. Then they canceled it after one season. Another show will come up. You made good contacts with the cast. You did something different. Well, thanks. That makes me feel better. I wish I had gotten more interviews done before the cancellation, because I had 6 people answer emails. 3 of them were definite yeses, and 3 were just asking for more information before they were going to say yes. Now I'm thinking none of them will. We did 1. I think 4 probably will just forget it now. And then if I'm lucky, Keith David will still want to do an interview because he has a jazz album to promote. And obviously that's the biggest honor and privilege of all of them. So if I can do that, I'll be thrilled. I'll be really sad if I lose.
If you get him on, I've got 1,837 questions that I could send to you.
I bet they can find me to a one-on-one pre-recorded 15-minute interview though, so I gotta keep it short. If I even get it at all now. Anyway, Just Me said, Doug, you do whatever you need to do to stay within whatever boundaries they give you. That's right.
Oh, trust me, Just Me, I'll be doing exactly that, because I don't want to get fired.
Yeah.
Yes, we don't want you to jeopardize your job for any reason. Tony, thank you for that makes me feel a little better. It was still a net positive for me covering the show, and the cast was made aware of my channel and willing to be interviewed. So that's, hopefully I still get a little bump from that from my channel.
If you look at it this way, each of these people that you've emailed and spoken to that know of the channel are now going to go on to do 6 different projects. So now you've got 6 different other options, all ins when it comes to other shows. So that's the way that you dive deep. So
yeah, that's a good idea. I like to think of it that way. Thank you for that, Grant.
I got the analogy from a movie called Blood In, Blood Out. It's a Mexican gang in prison, and they break them up. He's like, they're not separating us; they're making us create franchises. So it always stuck with me.
Yeah,
nice.
That's when they broke up the gang in like Folsom and they sent them to all over the state.
Mhm. Yep.
Franchised.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Tony brought up Lovecraft Country too. That's another one that was a great show.
Yeah, I heard. And that got
Tuesday.
canceled. Yep. 1899, The Society, and Archive 81 as well. Brandon said, I've seen people comparing another show coming out. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, it's not connected. That was what Doug was referring to. That's not connected. The Institute is just on the same network, same streaming service, rather. SL Rhodes said, we will start a Doug timer until the days after season 4 when he can speak freely again. Yeah. And then I saw, Amy said Doug could come on with a disguise.
Yeah, maybe I could get a yellow suit or something and put some makeup on,
Yeah, this is our friend, Hug Hughes. There we go. Completely different guy. Look, he has a moustache.
Yeah.
Call myself Hugh Douglas.
Yes. I'm sure MGM would love that if you come on in a yellow suit. Yeah, they'd be we would love it, but MGM no. Pan, what is this? Doug. Oh, I highlighted the wrong one. Hold on. Does Doug joust?
Not if I can possibly avoid it. It's interesting you should mention jousting, though. I remember reading this novel years ago. I can't remember the name of it. I think it was made into a movie made for TV too. It was about these time travelers that went back to medieval times and found themselves in the era of jousting and all that kind of stuff. And the guy who wrote the book obviously did a tremendous amount of research on the period. And he went into great graphic detail about what jousting was all about. And apparently the guys who did it had to be in unbelievably good shape, like Arnold Schwarzenegger type upper body strength to handle the forces involved in jousting. So that is definitely not something I will be doing anytime soon, he said, anticipating his appointment with his orthopedic surgeon tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Now, sorry, Carl, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask Doug, is this all related to that one bike crash that you told us about?
No, actually, one of my shoulders, my left shoulder, I actually tore over 30 years ago. And I was walking around with a torn shoulder for 13 years without even knowing it before it was finally diagnosed. The right one, it actually was from a fall from my bike. I slipped on some ice, and that's how it got torn the first time. And then it got aggravated during the physio process after the surgery, and it got fucked up again. I've had 3 rotator cuff surgeries on each shoulder, and just had an MRI on the left one, which was very depressing reading. I had an appointment with my family doctor a couple of weeks ago, and he got a copy of this thing and he read it, and he asked me to show him my range of motion, and which I did. And he said, well, according to what I'm reading, you shouldn't be able to do any of that. So this meeting tomorrow is with my orthopedic surgeon, because he's already told me, he said, if you have any more surgeries, you're going to have a shoulder replacement. But I just had a conversation with my physiotherapist the other day, and she said, here's the thing, because I thought, well, if it's going to give me more function, like more strength and slightly better range of motion, I would do it. But she said, it's not actually going to help with your function. She said, the main reason for getting this surgery is for pain management. And I said, well, I'm not really in any pain. So if that's the case, then I guess I'm just going to do without. So that's the conversation I have to have with my surgeon tomorrow morning.
Now, did you practice the throat ripping technique? Because that's really important for the rest of your, from career. I mean, at least at this point, do you need surgery to do that?
Well, it did actually come up in terms of the scene with Jim, because he's swinging this branch at me, and I had to stop it with my right hand, and make it look as effortless as possible. And this thing weighed a freaking ton. So when he was swinging it at me, it had a lot of momentum. And there were a couple of takes where, I'd put up my hand and we would get this, So needless to say, we didn't use those takes. But I said the very first day, we had a fight rehearsal the day before we shot all that stuff. And I said to the fight director, I said, listen, I haven't got a lot in the way of upper body strength. And that's why I'm seeing the physiotherapist right now, because I don't know what I'm going to have to do this season, if anything of that nature. But I thought I better.
Well, them throats aren't going to rip themselves out, Doug. So.
Anyway, I've been doing some upper body work just to try and build up what strength I can. But my physiotherapist said to me the other day, she got a copy of this MRI report too, and she said, look, there's only so much you're going to be able to do here. I said, I know, I'm not expecting any miracles, but I'm just going to, do what I can.
Maybe you'll have to teeth or something in a few scenes, huh?
What's that? Sorry?
Maybe you'll have to use your teeth.
Oh, I think that's great, though. I mean, if you can avoid getting a shoulder replacement, that's what you want to do. That's nasty. Getting any replacement, like hip replacement, knee replacement, shoulder, it's a nasty recovery process from that. I've seen family members go through it. So,
well, there are two kinds of shoulder replacements. There's one where they just replace the top of your humerus, the ball part of the ball and socket joint. Then there's what's called a reverse shoulder replacement, where they basically turn your shoulder, the whole thing inside out. And I've seen pictures of that, and it's like, no, I don't want that surgery. I don't want to do that. My surgeon assures me that I've already had the toughest surgeries with these ones that I've had. But it's like, no, if I can avoid doing that, I'll stay away from it as long as possible.
Good choice. For sure. Let's see. Amy said, good luck with your appointment, Doug.
Thanks, Amy.
And Tony, as much connection as Lost has to From. Yeah, like people are just trying to get views. Yeah, the Institute is its own entity. Lost and From are also separate entities. They're not, I mean, there are parallels between them, but they're not connected directly.
Scarlet. The only show I want connected to From is in the next season of Severance. They go to the 15th floor, and it's From. I can accept that.
Yes. Love it. Yeah. Steve said, Carl, we should open a bakery together. Yeah, that would be great.
Start baking all kind of stuff.
Yeah. Awesome. Brandon says, when From comes back out, can we talk about past shows?
In the season, you mean? Well, no. And here's the problem with that. It doesn't get released everywhere at the same time. And I didn't know that actually back in the fall. I assumed once it was out everywhere. But several countries were months behind in terms of getting it. So like any talk about shows while the season's going on, it risks spoiling it for countries that haven't yet had it released there, So yeah, they're very sticky about that stuff.
Yeah, maybe he's referring to like seasons 1, 2, and 3. Maybe that's.
I imagine at this point that's probably safe.
Yeah. I
don't really know.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out, and we'll figure it out when the time comes. Yeah, Tony, this is what I'm figuring is going to happen to me. Yeah, he said he had an interview with Jonathan Majors, and he canceled after the show was canceled, and it sucked. It happens. Yeah, I'm fully expecting that. So yeah, very disappointed.
Julie, don't talk it into existence. You've got an interview on the 28th. Period. He's got an album to promote. So we're going to have to, listen to some of his tracks, and then you have some about jazz. That's all.
Keith David is releasing a jazz album, and they said that if I wanted to talk to him about that, if I was willing to, then he'd give me 15 minutes instead of 10 minutes. And what am I going to say to that? No, I'm not going to talk to Keith David for 5 minutes. It's about your jazz album. Are you kidding? You talk about anything, anything you want. So maybe maybe he'll still want to do it. So because he's got stuff to promote, and his character was killed off the show anyway. Spoilers for Duster, but we'll see. Either way, he was going to be off the show. But actually, the other guy who said yes to me, his character was killed off in the finale as well.
Yeah, they both were.
Yeah, but I was told yes 2 days ago, and now I haven't heard a follow up on when. So when he'll do it. So that's why I'm starting to think I'm not going to hear back from him again. Oh well, we'll see.
Well, hey, if I get killed off in From, or if it gets canceled, I'll still come on and talk to you.
Yay.
I would. That's great. Yeah, we never want
Well,
to.
yeah, obviously you'd come on because we have to organize the riot together. So
Not to mention, I'll have all this time on my hands.
Yeah.
Well, what am I talking about? This has been the strangest year because I have had, I think in the past 14 months, I've probably worked a grand total of maybe 5 or 6 days, but because of the play royalties coming in and stuff like that, it hasn't been, panic stations in terms of income. I've been fine as far as that goes, but I've never had a year like this. It's very strange.
Yeah. You've had a lot thrown at you. A lot of auditions and all kinds of stuff going on. Very hectic time.
But usually, having that little work means, big financial trouble. But actually, because of the tour in Poland and the show in Calgary as well. I didn't tell you about this. This production of Who's Underwear that they're doing at Stage West in Calgary next year, they just put out an audition call for it today. So I submitted myself.
Oh, nice. So you might audition for that for your own play?
For my own play, yeah. I have a feeling I wouldn't have to audition. It's being directed by...
The best thing you can do is you walk in there and you go, sorry, I haven't read it. Could you give me what the play's about? You have to explain it to you.
I won't be able to get away with that because the director is an old friend of mine. She's an actress that I worked with for many years at Shaw. And I have no idea if she'll be interested in having me in the play. A lot of people don't like the idea of having the author in the play as an actor because, they can get a bit precious about the play. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. But
so which role are you going for? Or are you gonna go drag and go for one of the lady roles?
No, I'm too old for the ladies, and the guys end up in drag anyway. So what's the point? No, there are 2 older guys in the show. There's this Italian lingerie designer, Bruno Frufarelli, and there's the hotel security guard, Roger Hodge. I could play either one of them. So I'll see.
Oh, that would be fun. I hope you do it. I bet that would be a blast.
I've never been in a production of one of my plays, and people, when Marcia and I first started writing, that was always their first question. Did you write parts for yourselves? Do you want to be in it? And I was like, no, I don't want to be in my own play. That's like sleeping with my sister. Well, with the passage of time,
not doing that again.
What was that?
I said, yeah, I'm definitely not doing that again.
Again. But, it's been, we wrote that play 34 years ago now. So, I've got such distance from it that, being in it now would be fine. So,
yeah. Oh, that would be, I bet that would be a blast. Yeah. I would imagine, like, if I were writing my own play, I would want to put myself, and I was an actor, I'd want to put myself in it, I think. But I get what you're saying, it's like your baby. This is your creation, and it would be odd to write a part for yourself. Yeah.
Well, if we had written the parts specifically for ourselves from the beginning, that would have been a different thing. But, there was no thought of that whatsoever. We were just trying to figure out if we could write a damn play,
Right.
It was our focus was just completely elsewhere. So, yeah. Now, Mars has directed a number of our plays several times, but that's a different thing. And she actually directed the very first production of Something Fishy, which I was very happy about because it's an incredibly complicated play, it's got 5 actors who play 14 characters, and it's constant quick changes, and like those sort of tricks where you see a character walk off one side of the stage and another character he's playing comes on the other side like 2 seconds later, and it's like, how did they do that? It was all that kind of stuff. Incredibly difficult to organize, but she's, as a director, that's one of her biggest strengths is dealing with that kind of stuff. I suspect that a lot of theater companies have shied away from doing the play because they're afraid, oh my God, this is so complicated, I could never do it, But she did a brilliant job with it.
Is she going to be interested in coming on here again, Doug?
Is she going to be which? Sorry?
Is she interested in coming on live again?
I don't know. I imagine she would be if we had a reason to do so. There's a possibility that our new play might get a production here in Canada. We've got a couple of companies that are looking at it. And if that happens and we need to do some promo on it, yeah, I think she'd be happy to come on.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, that would be fun. That would be fun to have her on again. We really enjoyed it. I hope she had a good time. It was nice. Getting to meet the other side of your dynamic playwriting duo. What was that, Doug?
Just Me's got a question here. She says, speaking of something fishy, who thought up the name Pussy Creek? I honestly can't remember, but I think that's a real place. Because we love using.
There's one in Australia.
What's that? Sorry?
There's a Pussy Creek in Australia.
Is there? Well,
yep.
See, when we wrote Something Fishy, it was set in Canada. We wrote it when there was a Canadian election that was about to happen, a federal election. And that's sort of what we were spoofing. But when it came time to get it published, we decided it would be better to set the published version in the States. And then we have the Canadian changes in the back of the published version. And also there's a note in there that says, if you're doing it in another country, feel free to change the place names and the character names as needed. But yeah, I can't even remember what the name of the town was in Canada, but it was a real place. And I'm pretty sure that Pussy Creek, there was a Pussy Creek, Ohio, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, yeah. I'd have to go back and research that, but I'm pretty sure it's a real place.
That name is just too funny. Brandon said, by the way, Brandon said, hello, Scarlet. Everyone is here. Very happy.
Hey. Belle.
Yeah. She brought her bell.
I
know
about the bell, but I'm in my home, so.
I just Googled it, and Pussy Creek is in fact in Ohio. It's in Perry.
I have to go visit it. I'm pretty close.
Oh my God.
I'm assuming it has something to do with pussy willows maybe growing around it or something.
It's gotta be.
Or cats?
I don't know.
It's gotta be, yeah.
Or
maybe it's just a great place to pick up women. We don't know.
It's a town full of hookers. Who knows? I don't know.
Teeter makes a good point. Yeah, there are actors coming up from the Institute who were interested in doing interviews with me. So there's something new on the horizon. So I'll try to focus my attention on that. And Steve said, release the gym cut where he defeats Doug. And yeah, Dieter asked Doug anything new. Saw some beautiful photos on your IG. He said,
"Oh, thanks, Dieter. Anything new? Like what? Anything new in my life? No, not really."
Yeah, same old. Tony said, "If you kill Kenny, I'll be your stunt double, Doug. I have upper body strength to spare." Just gotta do him that favor. Yes. Clear the way for him and Acosta. Steve says, "Oh, we heard all about your upper body strength. Tony gonna kill Kenny by lifting him up into a ceiling fan." Yeah. Yes, Tony's
Finish.
finishing move. Yes, we heard about that. That was a colorful live that night, and we had a great time with that. Tony wants Acosta. Let's set it up. No, yes, yes, we know that's his girl. But I think Kenny's already snatched her up. Yeah, Brandon, check out Keith David. Yeah, Keith David is a jazz singer. He's a multifaceted guy. So yeah, I'm already promoting him. So yeah, please don't cancel on me somewhere out there, Keith David and Keith David's manager. I'll promote his jazz music all the time. I'll just do a jazz segment just for you, whatever it takes.
We'll call it Jazzing with Julie.
Yes.
Do you know what
Yes.
the name of the album is?
I don't actually. No.
'Cause I like jazz. I'll look it up later.
Yeah. Just look up, new album Keith David and this year, and I think you'll find it. Yeah, Amy said they better not kill you off. Yeah, we're gonna riot for sure. I don't think the man in yellow can be killed. I don't know what he is, but I think man in yellow is safe. Not mortal, that's for sure. He's not a normal mortal being.
No,
Yes.
indeed. There was a note here from Brandon. He said, just like Climax, North Carolina. There's a Climax in Saskatchewan, too.
There's a Climax in Michigan.
Oh my God.
The weirdest place names. And somebody explained, partially explained it anyway, when they were building the railways across the prairies, they just left it up to the guys building the railways to name these towns. They would build the railway, and about every 30 miles or so, they would drop a little a Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce building, and that would be the new town. And the guys actually building the railway would get to name these towns. So there's one rail line in Saskatchewan where, if you look at it, the towns are all named in alphabetical order. They started with A and they went all the way up to Z, with these towns that were, 30 miles apart, and every one of them named in with names that started with the letters of the alphabet in their proper order.
I always wonder how people come up with all of these place names, how they came up with them in the first place. That's interesting. Yeah.
Allegedly, Colon, Michigan was because somebody opened up a dictionary and pointed to a word. Colon. Of all words.
Well, everyone's got one.
Yeah, and now it's the magical capital of the world. If you go there, they have posters of Houdini and, magic shows there. So.
Oh, nice.
From colon comes magic.
Oh, God. Out of colon. Oh, Lord. What a terrible name. Steve said Doug gets killed off when a time-traveling, story-walking Jim from the past hits him with a 40-pound tree branch. Oh, my God. Yeah.
No,
Comes back for revenge.
Yeah.
Jim lovers.
Yeah, Jim will end up defeating the man in yellow by asking him to reach for a jar of peanut butter on the top shelf, huh, Doug?
That'd do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brandon said men in yellow, boy in white, and the woman can't be killed off, only contained or trapped. The woman, which woman? Oh,
I imagine the one in the kimono.
Yeah.
Kimono lady. Yeah. Yep, definitely. 17 likes. Yes. Please hit the like button, folks. Just we said the security guard would be hysterical. Everyone needs to read this play. It's seriously so funny. I gotta read that next. Yeah.
Yes, and we wrote him for a specific actor. We made him a Cockney, and that it would be fun just to get to do the accent. I mean, if I got to do either one of them, I'd be doing an accent because, of course, Frufarelli is Italian. In fact, some of his dialogue is in Italian, so that would be fun too. But yeah, it's kind of a coin flip. Either one of them would be a fun role to do. But yeah, Hodge is a lot of fun.
Yeah. I bet. Yeah. So yeah, I hope you do that. Yeah, to be a fly on the wall when you're performing in a play would be so much fun, since they don't record these things.
Well, if she's at all interested, I will probably know fairly soon. The show isn't happening until next, like, February, but they're casting right now. So yeah, if they're interested in the idea, I should know something, I would think, fairly quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, Amy, that's right, that people can make money doing audiobooks if you soundproof your room and get equipment. And Amy, you'd be great at that. You have a really beautiful voice. You'd be great for audiobooks and any kind of voice work. Absolutely.
I have done 5 audiobooks myself.
Wow.
And I did exactly what Amy is talking about. I built myself a little studio. Although, to be honest, I mean, a number of people do record from their home studios, and that's what actually ends up getting used. It was very handy for auditioning, and still is. But when I land gigs, I almost always end up recording them in their recording studio, which is fine by me. Much more comfortable than my little, makeshift closet here that I work in. Gets very warm in there.
Well, especially with multiple, like if you got something with multiple people speaking, the ambience of every single room is going to be different. So then you've got to do the extra mastering to try and, remove the white noise in the background and everything. So yeah, it makes sense. Like doing a solo one, perfect for a home one. But yeah, every time that we've ever done anything with multiple casts, it's fundamental. We have to get them all in the same room when they're recording.
Oddly enough, there was one. It was a multiple that I did, where they did use what they recorded from me here at home. That's the only time that's happened. I did another one that had several of us, but that was all recorded in the studio. Because yeah, as you say, everybody's room tone is going to be different.
Steve said it's Pussy Creek in PA because we have some weird towns like that. Yeah, I've heard of one of these, Blue Balls, PA, and Intercourse, PA.
Yeah,
Seriously,
yeah.
Blue Balls, PA? What?
Those two towns must be really far apart from each other.
Damn, Carl, you stole me joke. Well done. Great minds.
Nice. Oh, man. Yes.
Doug, I've actually got a question for you that I was just wondering about your character. Everywhere that I've seen it officially named, it's the man in the yellow suit. But I mean, we on the internet were calling your character the man in yellow before you were even on the screen. Did they tell you that your character's name or his persona is the man in yellow or the man in the yellow suit?
Well, it was in the original script. It was the man in the yellow suit, and that's what they put on IMDb. But everybody calls him the man in yellow. I mean, here's another thing. Somebody had a theory about Smiley. I remember, I think it was the last time I was on here. Somebody had a theory about the name Smiley and a bunch of other names. The people at From didn't name him Smiley. He didn't have a name. It was the fans that started calling him Smiley, and so they just kind of picked it up.
Yeah. Yep. That's the credits like that.
That's right. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, it's odd that they call you the man in the yellow suit. Is such a mouthful though. So maybe it's just easier to say the man in yellow. So we just picked it up that way. Climax, Virginia, Hooker, Oklahoma, and Hornytown, North Carolina.
Take the train to Hornytown.
Hornytown is only a 2-minute drive to Cougarville as well, so which is kind of cool.
Fitting. Yes, that's very apropos. Wow.
That's town straight into Intercourse.
Yeah. Oh my Lord. Who was thinking? What were they thinking when they made those names? My God. Steve said Keith David. Yes. Demons, Gargoyles, and some sax. Is that the name of the title?
Okay.
The name of the album?
That's good name.
Well, Gargoyles was the animated series where he played the lead in the 90s. One of the best cartoons from the 90s era. Gargoyles was awesome. It only ran for 2 seasons.
One of the best ever, Grant. Demona, the character, amazing. That's an amazing series. Everybody should watch that. I highly recommend it. You can see the angel of the night, as it were.
Nice. Yeah. I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm gonna check it out. I never even heard of it before this, but Keith's new album is They Live, and so does Jazz. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it's called, but They Live is one of his best movies. Great movie.
Yeah, that's great.
I said I just finished They Live. It was painful. Wow, the plot is so spot on, but the delivery was difficult that I fell asleep 3 times trying to watch it. Yeah, it's odd. It's an odd movie. It has one of the longest, most drawn out fight scenes I have ever seen. And you're just wondering when it's gonna stop. These 2 guys are just beating on each other. It's like it's comically long, and they clearly did it on purpose for some reason. Just make it excessively long.
The director's cut is 24 minutes longer, and it's just that last scene.
Jesus.
It was. They did it like in a wrestling style to sort of pay homage to where Roddy Piper was coming from. It was like a match on screen.
We should watch everything that John Carpenter's done.
I mean, minus the whole sci-fi element to it, it's a very relevant movie to today.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, strangely ageless.
It is, seriously. Pitch Black and Blues. That'll be another good title, Steve. You're full of them.
Oh yeah, Pitch Black. He was the Muslim prophet or priest in that one.
Mm-hmm.
In Pitch Black.
He was also in the sequel, I believe, the Riddick character.
Yeah, the Chronicles of Riddick. Yeah, because they actually, I think they killed him off at the beginning of that one.
In the beginning of the Chronicles of Riddick, I think.
Yeah, it was so silly how they did that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Steve said paradoxically, Carl, Blue Balls is only like 15 minutes from Interpol.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Yep.
Yeah, 15 minutes is a long time. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Yeah, 3 minutes is a long time. You know, people have been knocked out in a heavyweight fight in less than 3 minutes.
Yeah, and I only finished in 4, so there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Dieter, I'm glad that you had a good conversation with your wife, and we appreciate it so much, everything that you do. And so I mean, setting up I wouldn't have been able to get an interview if you hadn't helped me with the logistics of it. So truly appreciate it, and glad that made you happy, the whole interview last night and then what we said. Bill was a horrible butchering of my favorite books, HBO. Yes. A lot of people have some issues with that. Dieter said they have weird towns in England too. Twat, Cockbridge, Dick Place, Cockermouth.
So Penis Stone was originally called Dick Stone, and they said it was too on the nose, so they changed their name to Penis Stone.
Oh my God! What the hell? Cock Alley, Fingerhole, Ass Hill, and Shooterton. Are those real names?
Yeah, these are all real. It's so funny. I was actually talking to my English friend last night about funny names, and he mentioned literally every single one of these ones.
Really? Oh my God.
Yep.
What the hell? Okay.
When I lived in London, I found a street name one day, one of the signs, a place called Seething Lane, which is, pretty tame compared to this stuff. But National Lampoon used to have this thing where they had a true facts section where they would publish, weird shit that was verifiable, that had appeared in news items in newspapers and magazines and stuff like that. And they also accepted submissions for photos of silly signs or just mostly signs, actually. And so I sent them that one, and they bought it.
Nice.
Sent me $10 US for it, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
That's cool. I think every country has weird names. Like, we got a lot of Aboriginal names for our one. So for people who don't like, because I grew up with them, so they just sounded like town names. But for a lot of people, like my American friends, they just like, what the heck is that word? Like, because they've never even heard of it, but because it's so much in the Australian zeitgeist, I just assume it's a normal word that everyone's heard. But I mean, we have some funny ones. Like, there's a place called Come by Chance, which is a single town. It has one post office, one pub, one hotel. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention. It's all a 2-bedroom place. That one thing. That's the whole town. It's just this one.
There's a Come by Chance in Newfoundland too, actually.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we have Mount Buggery. It's not as fun as it sounds. So, we also have Boobs Flat in Victoria.
Wow.
Yes, a lot of old women live there.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And I grew up next to a place called Rudy Hill. So.
Wow.
Australians out there.
Yeah.
Oh, Humpy Bong in WA. That's another funny one.
Was it? Oh my god. Samuel said the only reason I know about it is because some guy rode a bike from Poo Poo Point to Pee Pee Creek just to say he did it 2,500 miles. Seriously? What the? Okay. Wow.
I'm trying to think if I ran into any weird place names on my bike trip across the states, and I can't think of any, but I'll tell you what did happen a number of times, particularly in the Southwest. I would get out the map every day and I'd figure out where I was going, and I'd try to find a place where I could stop for lunch, roughly at the halfway point. So there'd be a little town there on the map. These were just road maps, and I'd get to where the town was and there would be a sign and nothing, or the town would consist of like a gas station. So it's like, okay, I guess it's Coke and chips for lunch today, and that happened like in Arizona, New Mexico, around there. It happened to me about 3 or 4 times. It's like, please don't put it on the map if there's nothing here,
Yeah, Michigan stuff. There's just a church there. And
What's that? Sorry?
In southern Michigan, there's like cities on the map that are just a church on the corner.
Yeah.
And a sign that says "Welcome to the city's name."
Very odd.
Extremely odd. Tony, so that would be cool. Keith's album sounds like a jazz Frank Sinatra style. Oh wow. I'll definitely be checking that out. Hey, Christine Jellybean. Let's see. Christine Jellybean said something else too. Oh yes, Ashill. That's insane. Where did these names come from? I mean, did these things not mean what certain of these words are like are slang, but that one, that's been around for a long time, I'm sure. It's bizarre.
Here's the thing: it's not just the internet that names things weirdly. Like, when the internet named the boat Boaty McBoatface, I'm sure that if the majority of the world got to vote on something, they would have named their thing like I said, like Mount Buggery. I mean, back then when that thing definitely meant something a lot worse than it does now.
Yeah.
I think maybe Ass Hill is just a hill that's got a bit of a cleft in the top, So maybe that's where it came from.
You'll know it when you see it.
Oh, cheeky! Yeah. It's a cheeky hill. Nice.
I have to say, I loved Boaty McBoatface. When I heard that story, I thought that is so awesome that happened.
Yeah, that's great. Samuel. Oh, okay, Samuel lives in Washington. That's where Poo Poo Trail Point is. If anyone wants to visit Poo Poo Trail Point,
It smells great there.
Yeah.
Watch where you stop.
Well, I mean, also, like, you used to have, like, Lake Titicaca, and, like, everywhere else in the world but America, that means boobs and poo. So...
Yeah,
there's a lot of Native American words like that in Michigan.
Other words... Oh, are there in Michigan, too?
Yeah, there's a street called Watashi Way, and it's all, like, hyphenated. It's really interesting.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're just pretty words. They're not, like, filthy.
Not dirty names. Okay.
Or,
we don't have any.
I don't know. I haven't translated it.
Yeah, we don't have any in Rhode Island to speak of. Velchill, other names for Goochland. The area is also known as the Taint, Grundle, or Nacha. My God, what the hell? Passport Creek, yeah, Grant. It's another one.
Yeah, it's piss pot, but every time I kept writing it, it kept auto correcting it to passport, so I had to put a space between it. But yeah, piss pot creek is a famous one here in Australia.
Okay, so that fits more. Just we so yeah, Arizona really only has a few populated cities. Everything else is a bit rural. Wow. It's mostly desert out there.
It's cool. I mean, Flagstaff's cool. They have a snow bowl up there, and when it like snows in that part of Arizona, it blew my mind. First time I was there.
Oh God, yeah, like Flagstaff's at over 7,000 feet. You know, it's the same as the Grand Canyon. And I think I said before on one of these lives that when I left the day I left the Grand Canyon on my trip, it was -5 Celsius when I started leaving, which is, what's that? That's about 23 degrees
really cold
Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
But when you leave, like I was heading east, and when you leave the Grand Canyon, you go out the east end, the first thing that happens is you drop 3,500 feet. And by the end of that day, I was down to shorts and a t-shirt. And I started like full-on winter gear.
What's it like riding in that sort of altitude? Because I know, like any sort of exercise above, especially above 5,000 feet, it's kind of insane. But that's even way higher.
Well, I guess it wasn't an issue because I was on a bike, so I was slowly acclimatizing myself as I went up. It wasn't like suddenly I went from sea level to 7,500 feet. It took a long time to get there, and so I didn't actually really notice any difference in terms of being at that elevation.
That's crazy. That's like 2 miles up in the air, basically.
Well,
high.
1.5 miles. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I completely forgot. Dieter wanted to do a cameo giveaway for just an impromptu one for tonight. So we can get that started. If anybody wants to win a cameo from Doug, personalized cameo, which his account is right here. You can check it out. You can see which different types of cameos you can get if you win. Dieter wants to do another one, so we're gonna do it. So what I'll do is
I've always wanted to talk to Doug. I think that would be cool.
Is it gonna be hashtag Pussy Willow? Pussy Creek? Asshole?
No. It's great. We'll keep it simple. We'll use this hashtag all lowercase cameo right there. All lowercase cameo. So if you type that in the chat, then you'll be automatically entered to win a cameo from Doug. And I've shown you all of the awesome cameos we've had in the community so far. We've given away 2 of them. I've gotten 2 of them already myself, and they're amazing. Doug puts so much extra effort into this. Like, he really puts time and care and thought into each one. Doesn't just read off a script like some people do on Cameo. So it's awesome. Can't recommend it enough. So anybody who wants to win, I'll randomly select a winner by the end of the stream. All you have to do is type that in the chat. All right. So
by the way, I'm gonna have to scoot because I got to get up in the morning, unfortunately. So I will say my goodbyes.
Well, thanks for joining, Doug. We appreciate it, and yeah, hopefully, have you heard anything yet on any more on the possibility of getting that production of your next play, the most recent one?
No, I was just talking to Mars about that the other day. The fellow up in Thunder Bay said to me in his last email that he was thinking about programming it for either 2026 or 2027. He could call me next week. He might not call me for 3 months. I don't know. I don't want to be a pest and bug the guy too much, but we'll give it a little while and touch base with him and see if he's, because we sent him, he read the last draft, and then when we made the final edits to it, we sent him the new one, and he said, I'll have a look at it and I'll get back to you with questions. And I haven't heard back from him yet, but I don't want to, you know, as I say, I don't want to lean on the guy, so we'll give him some time, and then we'll see. But
Yeah.
I would imagine if he's interested in doing it, I imagine we'll know something before the end of the summer.
Oh, I hope so. Yeah, it sounds really promising. So yeah, fingers crossed for you that we could, you know, you can get that done and then get it published. Doc says hi, Uncle Doug with the yellow hearts. And if anybody wants to get a copy of Doug's plays, as always, I have links in the description of the video to where you can get. Deadline is still on playscripts.com, I assume. That hasn't been moved yet, right, Doug?
That's right.
So that's still there. You can get a copy of Deadline, either an e-copy or a print copy. That's a great one to start with. I would recommend that to start. And the rest of Doug's plays are on Concord Theatricals. So you can find those in the description of the video, along with Doug's website, as always, and his Cameo website. Brandon is saying, have a good night. Good night, Doug. Talk to you soon. And
Good night, guys.
Amy says, have a good night.
Have a good one, buddy.
Good night, Doug. Everyone's saying good night in the chat. Phil Chill says, Doug's going to Google glory hole. What?
Don't
Doug
do
doesn't
that.
have to Google glory hole.
Don't do that.
Doug knows what that means.
Yeah.
I have to say, I'd never heard the term nacho before, but as soon as I saw it and the context, it was like, okay, that one's self-explanatory.
Indeed.
Anyway, on that
Kelly says
cheery
good
note,
night, too.
I will say my good nights. We'll
Rest
see you all soon.
that
Good-
throat shoulder. Rest the shoulder for Kenny.
Absolutely.
Good night,
care,
Doug.
guys.
Good
See ya.
night.
Good night.
Uh,
I have to circle. We're gonna circle back around the glory hole like the other night.
yeah.
From my experience, it's best not to circle around a glory hole.
Yeah. You don't wanna circle it. You may just want to enter it and get out of there.
It depends if you're masochist and you like splinters.
Oh, you mean on that side of it? No, I was talking about the other side.
Okay.
Doc was saying good night, Doug. Sweet nightmares. And Dieter said, thank you, Doug. We appreciate you. Sweet dreams. Hashtag Jim got it. Wait, Jim. Is that what Jim got
I
it?
thought it said Jim go tit.
Let's see. Samuel said that at Pandecolima, they claim to have called it Poo Poo Point Trailhead because of the way the trains sounded. Yeah, right. Yeah, I doubt it.
And stuffing in a big pile, if you know what, as you honor.
Yeah. How do you get a choo choo from? How do you turn choo choo into poo poo?
Yeah.
Don't. Sounds gross.
Yeah, it sounds pretty. Yeah. Mhm.
Well, it's better than turning poo poo into choo choo.
Oh, that's right. That sounds like Two Girls in a Cup, but don't look that up either.
No. In the words of
Yeah.
Tabby, no.
I learned the hard way not
I
to.
couldn't eat chocolate mousse for a
Oh
month
no,
after that.
Julie, no. No, Julie.
Yeah.
No, yeah, don't press search. No.
No.
And while you're there, definitely don't go to meatspin.com.
Yeah. What? What was that?
Meat spin?
Meat spin.
Yeah, meatspin.com. Just let me know what number you get.
Oh my God, no. I'm gonna stay away from that.
I don't need to bleach my eyeballs. Again, yeah, I couldn't resist the curiosity of looking up what the hell Two Girls in a Cup meant, and yeah, I regret that dearly. Yeah, not a good idea. Don't look it up.
The only thing that's worse than that is One Man, One Jar.
Oh no, I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it. No, don't do that either. No.
God. It's that train wreck thing. People love to look at train wrecks for a reason. Bill Chill, HBO, all glory holes canceled. Oh. Samuel is saying, good night, Doug. We hope your shoulder issues get better. Doug has really had some bad luck with shoulder issues. I think he has said he had 6 shoulder surgeries so far, which is crazy. It's a lot.
It sounds like he's been totally rebuilt, right? Because he's got an issue with his face and the 2 shoulders. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like.
That's what happens when you have a major accident.
Yeah, it's like the Bionic Man in yellow.
I was just about to say the Bionic Man, and yeah, yeah.
Bionic Man. Bionic noises when Doug does stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. There's Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
That explains why he was strong enough to rip Jim's throat out.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. And he said he's got some. That's right. He has some kind of a plate in his face, but you'd never know it. He had to like reconstruct. They had to reconstruct part of his cheek when he fell off his bike. Got butt in a bike accident. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing that they were able to fix it.
We can rebuild him. We have the technology.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. What does this say? Brandon K. Said Kurt Russell was the thing in the end over Jim Beam. He got Doc in the shed. Yeah.
That's Cap.
What was that?
He was the only human left. He was the only human left at the end of that.
You think Kurt Russell was still human?
Absolutely, he was.
Yeah, there's definitely some debate, Julie. But if you go by that comic book or graphic novel that they did, it was Childs that was the monster.
Is that canon?
Yeah, he handed him a Molotov cocktail, not a drink, and then he drank it. That's why he started laughing at the end of it, because he's just like, "I got you."
Oh, okay. Because it's like he's drinking gasoline, acting like it's
he's drinking gas. Yeah, because he doesn't know. So.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they should have made that more clear, because there's so much like YouTube content just about that.
I don't know. I like the ambiguous setting.
I don't. I like it to be resolved. I like it to be settled. I don't like
you just want
open
explosions. You're like, you're drinking gasoline. Ha!
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so dead though.
Well, if you don't like things that are open ended and don't become a David Lynch fan.
Yeah.
I'm a David Lynch fan anyway, Julie. Come on, let's do it.
Yeah, I don't.
I know you don't like. I know you don't like the themes of women being abused. I know you don't like a lot of the themes or the content or the music or the way it's going or the flow of it or anything else. But please watch it.
We can watch Mulholland Drive, and you can explain to me what happens.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Wait a minute. Scarlet, do you like David Lynch?
Yes, I do. How can you tell?
Yeah.
You noticed that, huh? Picked up on that.
Yeah. Nothing gets.
I like
nothing
David
gets
Lynch.
past
I
me.
like the Canadian version. Guy Madden. Guy Madden's my boy. He did a Dracula ballet. Love him.
Obscure references, but brought to you by Scarlet.
Yes.
All the time. Every time.
Yes. Including all the red shirts and everything. like factoids about the red shirts.
They're my peeps.
Yes. The champion of the red shirts here.
I mean, if Duster wasn't like, and I'm kissing my fingers and pointing up to the sky and pouring one out on the ground for, I mean, I probably came up with some red shirts in that show too, but my favorite red shirts. Yeah.
What a shame. I'm going to miss that. I mean, Revis Dorsey, I mean, he's definitely not a red shirt, even though he doesn't have a speaking part, because his character has a name. I think like the red shirts are the nameless people, the ones who are just kind of in the background doing stuff. Like he had a character, and I really think that they were going to expand his role more in season 2 if they had the chance, that they were going to give him speaking parts. He could move up.
He's definitely not a red shirt. He was in more than one episode. Red shirts are notorious for just being pretty much only in one scene. You know, it's like Kirk goes, Spock, you come with me, Bones, and random guy over there, and he's just like, ah, shit. All right.
No,
yeah,
and
he was in 6 episodes, so he was.
yeah, and Revis had that great action shot in the finale. He was about to move up, man. So like I was saying in the interview, Sal and his henchmen opened up a lot of job opportunities, and he was about to get promoted.
I think so.
Yeah.
Why else would he suddenly like think of the timing of it? You know, he's in in really subtle shots all season, just standing there with his arms folded. In one case, playing air hockey, and then in the finale, in the middle of a gunfight where a bunch of people get killed, he survives it, and all of a sudden they feature him in a badass action shot holding his gun. So, yeah, I think he probably.
He was like the only henchman like on task, always like vigilant and watching out. He would have, I feel sorry for Saxton's organization. You know what I mean?
Seriously, what a shame. Anyway, what a shame for that. What a shame for the show getting canceled.
We gotta figure out how to get it on the CW or something, bring back UPN and have them show it.
Well, we got to start a petition. That's what we need to do.
Well, CW is not a thing anymore, so
yeah, neither is UPN. So we gotta
I didn't know what that was. So
we have to start like the Duster.
TBS.
Yeah.
TNT.
We have to start like the Duster Broadcasting Network. So DBN.
And everything you make under it can be under Duster Productions. We'll just call it DP. Oh, that sounded better in my head than mine.
Whoa.
Is that close to Blue Balls?
Yeah.
I think that's more close to Intercourse PA, technically.
Yeah, just around the corner from Happy Endings.
Yeah. And in the county of like Taint.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, yeah, actually, it's both ends of it. So.
Yeah, Julie, we've derailed. So please re-rail us.
Yeah.
Really, we're talking about intercourse, and you want her to re-rail you?
Yes, please. Anything.
This goes after dark a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. Yeah. Teeter said, Pandecolima, okay, I'm going to time you out. Get a cold shower. Look who's talking. I'd say, look who's talking. Seriously? Dirty Dieter right here. Preaching about purity. Yes. He said, pause. Wait, no, stop. Don't Google that. It's disgusting. Oh, yeah. Yes, please. Don't do it. Amy said I saw it online when I was 16. So I'm guessing they're talking about what's the thing?
Two girls, one cup.
The wrong way to make chocolate mousse.
Yeah. That was it. Oh, that was one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. Don't go down the rabbit hole. Brandon says, I just rewatched the beginning. Kurt was a thing from the Jim Beam from the beginning. That's what Brandon thinks. Interesting. Yeah, I got the sense that he was still himself at the end, but it is ambiguous. To be perfectly honest, I have to watch that movie a lot more closely because I found it really hard to follow. It's confusing trying to track what is going on with everyone and who's turning into the thing and who's not, and like who's off outside in the blizzard and what are they doing, and then they it's I find it difficult to follow. I don't know why, but I need to watch it again more closely. We'll do a watch party in the Discord for it. We'll watch the thing, and we'll do another one where they live.
We should do the one about the books too. In the not the Mountains of Madness. What was that one called? The one about the book and the
Dr. Mabuse.
No, the John Carpenter film about the guy.
Oh,
who writes books
yeah. Do you read Sutter Kane?
Oh,
yeah. What's that movie called? There's something of madness and
The Mouth of Madness.
Mind of Man. And the what?
Oh, the one with Sam
In
Neill.
the Mouth of Madness.
The
In
one
the
with
Mouth of
Sam
Madness.
Neill.
Yes, we had to watch
Yeah.
that in Event Horizon as a double feature because that's like a madness double feature starring Sam Neill that I love watching back.
Yeah.
Two really good films. I think Event Horizon is the better of the two.
Yeah, but it has
That-
Sam
that-
Neill in both of them. And Sam Neill like
Yeah.
losing his mind in 2 films.
He loses
that-
his eyes in one.
That
So.
that
Yeah, they're both
that
kind of Lovecraftian.
that meme where he's like freaking out on the bus is amazing.
Yeah. What's your favorite color? Mine's blue. And then everything's blue.
Yeah, I need to see.
I think you would like it, Julie, because it has a Stephen King feeling to it. In the Mouth of
I've
Madness.
never seen it. What's it called? It's Madness.
In the Mouth of Madness. It starts off as one thing, and then towards the end, it goes a little bit. I'm not going to say off the rails, and then by the end of it, I've never seen a movie switch from horror to meta, but it actually be more horrifying at the same time. It is the most meta ending I've ever seen in a film.
Mhm.
I love meta. I love anything meta. Oh, okay. I'm adding that to my list right now. And what's it called again? The Mountains of Madness?
In the Mouth of Madness.
In the mouth.
of madness.
In the
In the
mouth.
mouth.
Okay. So
In
not
the
like the
mouth,
book.
Pause.
Oh, yeah.
Of Madness.
In the Mouth of Madness.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because
I love-
Because in the Mountain of Madness is a Lovecraftian thing. I think there might have been.
Yeah, the sequel in the Arse of Happiness isn't as good.
Yeah.
Because the Sam Neill character goes like looking to investigate a Stephen King like character, right, in Maine or somewhere. And it just,
Yeah,
it
he's
just
looking
gets
for a guy
great.
called Sutter Kane.
Yeah, Star King.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Because
That sounds
some guy at the beginning attacked him with an axe, asking if he reads Sutter Kane.
That's right.
And then he throws himself in front of a bus.
What the hell? Weird. Okay, yeah. I like weird shit like that. I think I would enjoy that. And I love anything that has meta content.
And
too.
there's a beautiful church where everything goes down at. It's like
Mhm.
it looks like a postcard when he rolls up to it, and then there's a lot of nonsense that happens inside. You should definitely watch it at some point.
Yes. Well, it's on my list now. I love if anybody has recommendations about meta stuff. I love that. Like one of my favorite movies of all time is Cabin in the Woods. One of the most meta movies I have ever seen.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Absolutely love it. And anything where people break the fourth wall, I enjoy that too. But that I love the Scream franchise because the whole thing is meta. It's all like satire of horror movies, slasher movies, essentially. And
Well,
it's still
especially that
horror,
sixth one. That was just, that was
Yeah.
the whole thing. The last thing that they cut was the whole thing was the original crew watching that movie. That was going to be the very last scene. They tried to get everyone back, sitting in the lounge of the original one, and it was going to be them watching the sixth film.
Oh my God!
Which
Yeah,
made zero sense. But
yeah. They got more and more meta. There was one, I don't remember which it was. It was one of the recent ones. It had like 3 false beginnings. It was like 3 fake outs.
yeah, that was the sixth one. Yeah, that was that one.
You think you're watching the movie, and then like you realize no, like you're watching a movie that a couple other characters are watching after those people got killed. Then the ones who are watching that movie, they get killed, and then there's another movie. It's like a movie within a movie within a movie. It's funny. I love the fake outs. So
here in Australia when it first came out, all the advertisement was Drew Barrymore. That's all it was everything was just about Drew Barrymore. She was on all the posters. She was everything. So we thought she was the this was her movie, not that she was going to be the Ned Campbell like character or something like that. They did the same thing out here with 12 Years a Slave. I didn't realize that Chiwetel Ejiofor was even in it. I thought it was a Brad Pitt film because that's what all the advertisements were.
Oh, yeah. The advertisements can be deceiving, and I can see why with Scream they did this to as a fake out.
Mhm.
The whole thing was a fake out. You wouldn't expect a huge star to get killed off in the first scene, but they were taking a play from Alfred Hitchcock's playbook with Psycho, and the actress Jamie Lee Curtis's mother. What's her name?
Jane.
Yeah.
Jane Curtin. I think it was Jane. I think it was. Is it Jane? Yeah, I got it wrong. I think it is.
Janet Leigh.
Janet Leigh. That's it.
Janet Leigh. Yeah, not Janet.
Yes. Yeah, she gets killed off early. Not the first scene, but maybe like halfway through it, or maybe not quite halfway through it. And it was shocking because she was a huge star. So,
well, not only that, we see it's her story. She leaves her work. We're following her point of view the entire way thing until she has a shower.
Right, exactly. Yeah. It was groundbreaking. Oh, hey Alexis. Nice to see you. I'm sure you're knee deep in or waist deep in yarn right now, crocheting away with your beautiful dolls, handmade dolls that you make. So check out Alexis's shop on IG. Love Crochet by Alexis. Anyone who hasn't checked it out, she makes beautiful dolls from the series but also other series as well. And she takes custom orders too. But she does have a waiting list right now. Steve said it wasn't In the Mouth of Madness a part of the inspiration for the game Alan Wake. I don't know. I never heard of that.
Yes, it is.
I mean, it could be. I can see the similarities. So
yeah, especially the second one.
Yes, Brandon, Cabin in the Woods, epic. I watched it again just recently, and I forgot how amazing it really is. It was even better than I remembered the first time. I tend to watch movies just once and then pretty much never again, and yet I rewatch like the same episodes of shows a million times. Because I'm more of a TV fan than a film buff, but I couldn't believe how good Cabin in the Woods was when I revisited it, and I want to find more movies that have meta content like that. Doc said New Nightmare is a meta film. New Nightmare, meaning Freddy's?
The Freddy Krueger one? Yeah. That was dumb. Yeah. I hated that. The fact that the glove just came to life in the real world, and I'm just like, and then it was the kid. Oh, it was. I mean, it wasn't as bad as what the previous one, where it was Freddy Krueger's mum was assaulted by 100 asylum people, and that's how he was born. When the devil, it's just like, no, just stop trying to change the law.
Yeah.
We could sometimes we could watch Resolution and the Endless because of Resolution, the Endless is kind of meta.
Okay, what is it called?
I can't really tell you why, but we need to watch both of them together. If you watch one, then the other, you know what I was talking about.
Resolution. I think I have that because I think you told me that before with the with the Endless. Yeah. The Endless.
They need to do like crossover movies like they used to do, like when they had Freddy versus Jason. You know, I want to see like Alien versus Mike Myers. I just want to see how that's going to go down. You know, just really mix the whole thing up. Yeah, just one xenomorph versus Mike Myers.
Oh, that would be dope.
That's a great joke.
You know? Terminator versus Happy Gilmore or something, you know? Mix it up.
Yeah. That would be fun. I like crossover things. I like things that are in the same universe too. Is my camera lagging? I feel like it might be. Maybe I should switch to my laptop.
You're about 8 frames every now and then. So
yeah, I might switch to my laptop. Yeah, because I think it's lagging a little bit. Not as bad as it has been recently, though. It's been like there was one stream that was horrible the whole time. I'm in the process of finally getting my laptop taken care of, though. I called the new laptop has been really screwed up. I finally called the company, and I'm sending it back to them. They said it sounds like it has a defective battery because it won't charge, and like it'll charge a tiny bit and then die, and it won't charge anymore. The speakers don't play sound effects or music, only dialogue, and so they're going to take care of both of those things. So hopefully soon I'll have that back, and because it's an amazing laptop, I just happened to get a dud, a defective one, and they'll take care of it, and then I'll be back on top of things a little more smoothly here. Critter says child was the thing. Hi, Critter, by the way. Yeah, it's a big deal. What, Grant?
I said that's correct. Charles was the thing.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh, Amy, thank you. That's sweet. Here I was thinking, shoot, I've run out of red things to wear. I gotta wear purple, but it's not like I don't like other colors. I do. I just got used to wearing red on stream. You know, it kept became like
technically what you're wearing is half red, being purple.
True.
Half red, half blue. So
blue and red make purple, indeed. Yes. Brandon said the fun fact: the thing each cell had its own survival tactics. Kurt shared the Jim Bean, and he and his clothes were found when they locked him out. Child and Kurt were both infected in the end. Okay, interesting take, Brandon. Yeah, it's definitely it's ambiguous. So, Dieter said nothing can derail Pandecolima. Yes, but pause, reroute. This is from earlier.
Pause.
Yeah, pause. Yes. Let's see. Trying to catch up with the older comments here. Kelly said, Netflix has also picked up a few shows after they were canceled, like Lucifer and Longmire. We're starting a petition for Duster. We're definitely starting a petition, and I'll promote it. What I'm going to do, I had an idea tonight. Not only am I going to start a petition and I'll write it myself, but I'm going to make a video and put it on YouTube talking about it and why Duster should be renewed, why somebody should bring it back, because just making a petition is less likely to get noticed. But if my YouTube channel can somehow pick up the algorithm and get more eyeballs on it, yeah, I'm switching to my laptop. It's lagging really bad. Hold on, I'm going to stop my camera, but I can keep talking. So yeah, the petition, I'll be able to get the word out more if I can manage to pick up the YouTube algorithm and people, if like everybody can share it around, help us share my video, which I'm going to make, petitioning, somebody to bring back Duster. Maybe HBO won't, but somebody like some other network or streaming service could take note of the petition and say, oh, you know what? Let's bring this back. And there is precedent for this. It's been done. Carl mentioned to me earlier that Jericho only had one season, and the fans were rioting so much that they brought it back. Right, Carl?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, we sent so much shit to them, packing peanuts and spoons, and we mailed all that over there. So they went, all right, we're getting sick and tired of people sending us shit. We're going to bring the show back. Just stop sending stuff. And then they canceled it again.
Yeah.
And then
You talking about Jericho, Grant?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember there being like a campaign, and it happened, and yeah, it still got shortened, but at least they finished the story. At least I believe.
No, it was still a cliffhanger ending, but there was still more to tell. So
right. And then obviously we go back to the original Star Trek. The original Star Trek, I think is it its third season? Because I think the original Star Trek only had 3, right? And the third
3 seasons, yeah,
brought back, right? Yeah.
And then they brought it back. And also, if you do enjoy the original series, Vic Mignogna has done a series called Star Trek Continues, where it fills in the last 2 years of the journey. All the actors did it for free. It's all on YouTube.
Right, that's what I was gonna ask. Those are on YouTube, right? All those like fan made, like high quality fan made.
Yeah. They fully rebuilt everything It's got Grant Imahara that plays Sulu. He's from Mythbusters, the Asian fella that died.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was on that, and it was all the people that worked on it were all hardcore Trekkies that said, all right, we're gonna devote like 2 years of our life to telling these stories, and they are phenomenal. Like they are
Hey,
so
yeah.
It's like he's my second favorite captain, Vic, as Kirk.
Yeah, that's really cool. And then just a shout out, Revis is in the chat, guys. So
Going on,
just let him
mate.
know we got his
All
back.
right.
We're gonna do what we can,
Bell. Bell.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone,
So,
send your bells to HBO. There we go.
that's right. That's right.
Send your goats to HBO.
Exactly. But
Yeah,
we gotta do something. I mean, HBO, they didn't give this show a chance, and how many times are we gonna allow them to pull the rug out from under us?
Yeah.
I'll
Well,
do this.
Yeah.
That was my opinion when I heard that I fell over.
Yeah, that's how I sounded on the inside. Exactly.
What the hell? Hold on. That's my wrong camera. That's my built-in camera. I need to switch to my webcam. I tried on my laptop and I'm having technical difficulties. The old laptop. I'm having tech difficulties with getting the camera to connect, so I got to come back on here. Ravis, I'm so sorry to hear about this cancellation. Like this is so disappointing. Carl and I were so upset when we heard about this. Like we were just talking to you last night and absolutely loved doing this interview and had a great time, and we were just so hoping oh my gosh, I can't get my camera to connect. Okay, now it is. We were just so hoping that that not only would Duster get renewed, but this awesome guy that we interviewed last night, this awesome actor Revis would get promoted, move up in the organization as Lyle, and we would see more of him and his badass
based on the
self.
people that was left, he was definitely getting a promotion. Oh, and Julie fell over.
Oh no!
Whoa, what's happening?
Did you not use your sock?
I used my sock, but it fell off.
Oh no, not the sock, Julie.
Yes, the laptop sock. Anyway, okay, now I gotta focus the camera. Okay. This is how upset I am about Duster. I'm a mess, falling apart
Just
here.
throwing cameras around.
Yeah, so I just gotta start.
There's socks flying everywhere, guys, everywhere.
Ravis, this sucks. Yeah, we are so disappointed. I just really believe that this show has legs, and we're not giving up on it just yet. Where is his comment again? We're not giving up on it just yet. I mean, shows get brought back. There is precedent for this happening before. When Jericho got canceled, there was only one season, and that got brought back. Of course, it got canceled again, but at least they managed to get another season out of it. And if we could just get one more season of Duster, I think they could come to a satisfying conclusion. Mm-hmm. If they give it even just one more, like they could reveal more about Xavier. We never got to meet Xavier,
and
now
anything they had to do with MK Ultra too. Just that whole plot line, that whole thing.
Yes, the hints about mind control that I picked up on by seeing, noticing that Royce was reading The Terminal Man by Michael Crichton, which is about the dangers of mind control. And so, I mean, part of the theory Carl and I came up with is that, Joey may have been taken into a program like MK Ultra. He may not even remember who he is as Xavier at this point. And now we'll never know. No, I'm not accepting that. I'm not going to just take that lying down. Yeah, Revis said, yes, read a lot of comments from upset fans. Hopefully it's picked up by another streaming service. That's what we're hoping for. And I personally am going to do my part. I'm not just going to talk about it and rant on here. I'm going to make a petition. If somebody hasn't already, I mean, it's still really new news. So I'm going to get on it. I'm going to make a petition, and I'm going to make a video on YouTube and use as many hashtags as I can and try to get into the algorithm so that more eyeballs can find it. I'll make a video on why Duster should get brought back, and I'll talk about the petition, promote it so that more people can sign it. I'll do what I can. I'll reach out to my contacts. I'll see if I'll ask my friend Tony Teflon. He's got 103,000 subs, so he's got a bigger audience than me. And I know he loved Duster, so I'm sure we could get him on board. I'll
send it out to my 500K people. So,
Grant, amazing! That's right. It is so wild to think that you have you have 500,000 subs, Grant. That is amazing. Yes, that would be a huge help if you could do that. We will spread the word. We'll use every contact we have and try to get the word out. And if we make enough noise in this age of the internet with social media and online petitions, studios actually listen now. People used to write letters and like do things like what they did with Jericho, which was like, what were they doing? Sending something through the mail. I forget what you said.
The packaged peanuts was a bunch of them that was being sent. Spoons. There were so many different campaigns that went through. It really depends on who picks up, because I think like Netflix is probably the one that's most likely to pick up because they like to pick up a lot of stuff. But I think the one streaming service that if they picked it up could make it the best version of the show is, I think, if Apple picked it up, that would be like, because they can do a lot of, all the guys at Apple, they really care about set designs and sets and everything, and Duster has a really cool aesthetic, and they're gonna lose all that.
Yes. Revis says, really appreciate you guys. Well, we appreciate you for coming on here and spending 2 hours with us, being so generous with your time. We had such a great time getting to know you and more about your career and your insights. You said some really inspirational things that resonated with me and everybody in the community here last night, Revis. So come back and join us sometime and talk From with us if you'd like. We'd love to hang with you. Revis is a huge fan of From. To anybody who didn't hear last night, Revis happens to be, he said, obsessed with From. So he's come to the right place. And so anytime you want to come out and hang with us, come back and hang. We'd be thrilled to have you. And we're going to keep plugging away and trying to get somebody to pick up Duster. We'll do what we can. And it works. I mean, like Manifest. Manifest is a show that was canceled by NBC, and Netflix wound up reviving it and gave it one more season to wrap up the story. Even if someone just does that, like, I would be satisfied if someone picks up Duster just to give it one season, and they could, I think, unravel this conspiracy. Honestly, yes, we would like more, ideally, but if they could at least give us one season to give us satisfactory answers, it would be better than this, right? I would take it. So
Manifest is one of those weird ones. It got brought back because someone spoke to one of the executives at Netflix's wife when they were out there going, I can't believe they shut that down. My kid loved that one. She went back and spoke to her husband, and then 2 days later they renewed it. They got it. That's how crazy it is. And with like The Expanse, all the crew got together and they were having an award ceremony or something like that with a bunch of like execs and everything, and Jeff Bezos was there. So they did a big presentation about The Expanse and everything like that, and why it was such a cool thing, and how what Bezos is doing with his space program is very similar to this and everything. And they said, but unfortunately we got cancelled, and we're looking. It's like the story will never get told. By the time that they finished their entrees, Bezos walked up to him and said, "Your show's just been renewed for 2 seasons," and he bought it there and then. Like, so all it takes is just the right person, and more importantly, the right timing.
Right.
Because as soon as the show gets cancelled, everyone who loves it's going to go blah blah blah. We're going to do that, but it's once that dies down, that's that next push. That's the more important one.
Yeah.
So
yeah, got to keep making noise about it for sure.
Yeah.
I think so yeah, there were an awful lot of people who enjoyed the show. Some people just started watching it late and were sleeping on it for too long, and then started it late and loved it, but that affects the ratings negatively. But even people who started late, or like those of you out there who were saying like, I'm really interested in watching the show, but you haven't checked it out yet, please check it out. Still watch it, and then help us join our campaign to get it picked up. Sign the petition. Revis said, I totally agree with Apple. Yeah, but Apple could pick it up. So we're gonna make a petition. We're gonna get on that right away, and I'm gonna make a video. Trying to encourage somebody to pick this thing up and see if I can pick up the algorithm, since I have covered Duster in live streams and made a couple videos, theory video and a highlight video from a live. The algorithm will know me a bit for it, and so I'll do what I can, and I'm going to enlist whatever friends I can, including Tony, to help get the word out.
So get to typing, Julie. Get to typing. You should be typing right now.
I'll get to it. I will for
all right,
sure.
I've got an idea. Hear me out. Everyone, send your dusters to HBO, to their head office.
Send your duster.
Oh, yeah. Feather dusters and...
Feather dusters.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. I was
There you
thinking
go.
Hot Wheels, but that's for sure.
that would work too.
Your blue
Hot
suede
Wheels.
shoes, your snow gloves.
Yeah. If you want to
fireworks.
contact. And what, Scarlet?
Your fireworks, your cinnamon
Fireworks.
chips, your Sanka.
Cinnamon. Sanka.
I'd probably advise against sending fireworks because they might consider that an act of terrorism.
Yeah, probably not.
I could see that. I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you want to contact HBO Max, there's an email address and a phone number, so you can call and harass them. Dieter put that up there.
In a polite way.
In a quiet way, not hard. Don't like hurl abuse at them, but I mean, let's hound them.
I'm sure whoever answers the phone had no decision-making power. Otherwise, they wouldn't be answering the phone.
Indeed, yes, but it's worth a try, and I think a petition and making a video. If I make a video, spread the word about it. That'll be enough. Oh, and hey there, Baby Clay Media. Baby Clay in the chat here. Here's the link to his channel. Check out our friend Baby Clay YouTube, Baby Clay Media and Reactions. He's covered From as well. So yeah, definitely check that out. Let's see what else is here. Thanks, Alexis. I appreciate it. I guess it's a shock to see me wearing anything but red. People are noticing it. Thank you. As one of my favorite styles of blouse, which I cannot find anymore, and I wish I could. It's called a knot front. It has a knot. It looks like somebody tied a knot in it. But then I discovered a hat.
I was gonna say you can make any shirt a knot top, Julie. Just get a little bit bigger and then put it. I can make my shirt right now into a knot top.
I found a trick. I found a trick online. I got so desperate for another knot front thing that I had these.
Yeah.
I have these swing dresses that fit loosely, and all you do is you take in a rubber band and you inside the inside of the shirt you just you scrunch up a bit of fabric like you're making a ponytail out of it, and put the rubber band around it, and then boom, the front of it will look like this. Now I didn't have to do that for this; it's already built in. But I used to have a whole bunch of blouses with that style, and now I can never find them anymore. So anyway. Just a little hack. If the ladies out there like knot front tops, you can make your own basically, and it's easy.
Yeah, I always like knot up t-shirts for summertime.
Oh yeah,
t-shirt, or maybe cut a scoop neck in it and then do stuff with the sleeves. Kind of customize it, knot at the bottom. Oh yeah,
yeah, that's cool. Yeah, you can do stuff at the bottom of it too. Yeah, there are all kinds of little customizations you can make to your outfit. Thank you for your support, Baby Clay. Yes, please like the stream. That would help a lot. People finding it. Yeah, so you were disappointed too, right, Baby Clay? Sucks. And I know, Samuel, you really enjoyed Duster as well with us. Give us a season 2 and 3 and give it to another network. Hell yes. And Carl and I have a theory on what happened. We were already questioning why the big reveal that our theory was correct, that Joey is alive and he's actually Xavier now. And this is a bombshell reveal. And it was just kind of introduced as a casual afterthought at the end of the episode. And we were like, what is going on here? And we thought
that was
maybe
season 2 plot for sure.
What was that?
Yeah.
Brandon?
Yeah.
Yeah, the way in which you're describing it all, because I actually haven't watched it yet myself. But the way in which you're describing it, that's clearly a season 2 plot that they just had to tack on there because they had nothing else.
Yes, that's what we were thinking.
Mhm.
We were thinking they might be worried they were going to get canceled, so they used that ending. And now we're thinking that they probably filmed 2 endings, and if they got canceled, then they'd air the one that we saw, which is wrapping it up really quick and just dropping this casually, this giant bombshell in a little relaxed scene with the 2 of them, the main characters looking out over the desert and smiling. Like, this should be a cliffhanger crazy moment with wild music, dun dun dun, it's not like that at all.
Mhm.
But I guess that's the vibe they
So
wanted, because they knew this was going to be over. So
Yeah, maybe
See,
like
what they should have done in the last shootout is that they have the main character, they drive away, but as they turn a corner, there's a tree branch that's fallen down, so they turn around and then they
yeah, and then there's like crows everywhere or
Mhm.
something, right?
Yep.
yeah,
Mhm.
or ravens. We don't know from that distance.
Yeah.
I'm not a
but-
birdologist, so
Yeah.
Scarlet Blackbirds.
Yeah, the beds. But what I was gonna say is probably like it should have been like what we were talking about, Julie. Like adult pictures, like seeing a picture of like Jim and Xavier / Joey, like in their army uniforms, and then we see that somebody makes a phone call, and then we finally see the person at the other end, and it's the same guy. I wonder if they had that ready to go, and then they changed it to that sort of like tack on, sort of like, hey, Joey was Xavier, he's alive, see you later,
exactly.
Yeah.
I bet you anything that they filmed 2 endings, and as the season went on, at some point in the season they got word that they were going to get canceled, so they chose to air that one. That's got to be it. I really, because we did not understand at all how they could botch the delivery and the execution of such a monumental, game-changing twist. And it's not botched. This was just the way they wanted to end the series because they knew they were getting canceled. What a shame. You know what? It would be amazing if they were to get picked up by somebody else. If they could air whatever they originally filmed, if we're correct about that theory, change the canon, make it the way it was supposed to be. I would love that. But yeah, Dieter actually, his idea was the sock for the webcam. Yes, that was a good idea he had. It is. I mean, it keeps the camera up. It keeps it from falling off most of the time, but it does slide off once in a while.
Pause.
Pause. Yeah. Steve said I got a different kind of laptop sock. Oh, yes, the sock was falling off.
I'll have to look into that. You're saying you use a sock to keep it up. Okay. All right. I could maybe.
It's Dieter's slippy sock.
Maybe.
Dieter's slippy sock. So take a note.
Yeah. I'll maybe send me a diagram or something.
God, I didn't realize how that sounded. Oh my God. Okay. Teeter says, oh my God, can't believe I got Revis Dorsey in here. Glad to support you. Thank you for answering my DM on Instagram, dude. Yeah, he DM'd Revis on Instagram, which I was going to do as well. I didn't get a chance yet, but yes, that's awesome. That's awesome that he responded. And he's just an awesome, down-to-earth, cool guy. We loved hanging out with Revis on here last night. And And it was a blast. And he was so generous to stick around till midnight Eastern time. He's 3 hours ahead, but he was with us for 2 hours. Amazing. So kind of him. And yeah, we're gonna do our part for Duster. Yeah, Doc said I'm sad about Duster, and I didn't even watch it. I was just thinking about giving episode 1 another shot. Yeah, and Just Me said I'm still gonna watch the first season since you guys hyped it up so much. Sorry, we just spoiled a bunch of stuff. Just Me.
Whoops.
It's still
Yeah, completely forget about the whole debut thing. Don't even think about it, bro. Good.
Yeah. Just try and wipe from your memory what we said. But it's still worth a watch. I still would recommend it. I loved it. And I was looking forward to covering season 2 one day. Baby Clay said HBO hasn't been the same since Taxi Cab Confessions. SMH. I never saw that.
HBO After Dark.
Mm.
Skinamax.
What was that about?
Well, you can just yeah. What happens in a New York back seat of a taxi cab?
Oh,
yeah.
I'm not a city girl, so I don't know about these things. Okay.
And the stories definitely weren't all put on, or they weren't handpicked, or anything like that. It was legit, allegedly.
Yeah.
But not really.
Oh man, yeah.
Just like all those courtroom shows, like Judge Judy and all those. I got 2 mates that sue each other all the time. They've been on Judge Joe Brown. They're on Judge Joe Brown like 10 times, because when you lose your case, you don't actually have to pay for it. The production covers the cost up to $5,000. So they'd sue each other for $2,000 or $3,000 all the time, and go on there because it's all phony shit.
Right.
They don't check anything. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of course they don't. I'm not surprised. It's phony. It's staged. My name is Xavier. LOL. Baby.
Yeah, it is now, but what was it before? Yeah.
Yeah, it must have been Joey.
Yeah. Right. Else. My son's name too. Wait. Really? That's an unusual name.
Oh, X2, X squared, huh?
Yeah. That's a cool name. That's a cool nickname.
Yeah, X2 wasn't as good as the first X-Men, but it was still alright.
Yeah. They should never have changed their uniforms. They should have kept it colorful, I think. More comic booky instead of being all dark and drab. Just my opinion.
Yeah, but they wanted to capture the void that was left by the Matrix.
Oh.
Leather. So
I guess
it was the same designers.
Yeah, they all should have just wore trench coats and call it a day.
I know, they didn't take any of my suggestions.
Yeah. Baby Clay says Duster would go crazy right now on Amazon. I think so too. Yeah, they if they just put it spread it around for more people to see, absolutely. Brandon said Quantum Leap came back because of fans. It can happen. There's another example. I'm sure there are more too. Jericho, Manifest, Quantum Leap. Just Me said, just let us know what we can do. Posting emails, whatever. Thank you. We will. We'll need all
send
that.
Send your dusters to HBO. Plain and simple. Go buy a feather duster for $2. Send it to HBO.
Yes. Yeah. Feather dusters. They'll be bombarded with feather dusters. Yes.
You should do that. You should do that on stream and have the address and like pack the box and just walk us through the process, Julie. Feather duster in the box. This is the address. Tape it up and send it.
Yeah.
That's what we should do.
Yeah. Demonstrate it. Yeah. This is what everybody needs to do.
And then everybody do a short where they're doing the same thing and post it.
We can call it the Duster Challenge. Throw it on TikTok.
Exactly. Dust mites unite. #.
Yes. Hell yes.
Yeah.
Let's do this. I'm game. We got this. Steve said, "Yeah, Apple TV makes phenomenal shows. Yes, Apple has a lot of good shows, like Just Me said. Maybe they could pick it up. They
Per
could.
average, I think they are, when it comes to quality, the best streaming service. Like Netflix has some great stuff, but they also have some stuff that's, I mean, wouldn't even go straight to DVD sort of stuff. But I think Apple curates their catalog a lot more. And I think, yeah, by far, Apple has the best stuff.
Yeah, they're definitely like they're on the quality tip. They're I think their shows are really well put together.
Which is weird. It's the opposite of their products normally.
Really?
Blasphemy.
I'm always hearing that Apple is the best at everything. Macs,
God. The problem with Apple is their innovations are 4 years behind every other company, and then when they bring it out, they act like, here you go, you can now swipe on your phone. No phone's ever been able to do this, except for Android 7 years ago. But apart from that, we're the first. Apple, that'll be $19,000. Don't sneeze at your screen because it'll
really
break.
long time. Their products have lasted longer than anything else I've had.
Except for the screens.
I'm a long-term kind of girl.
Yeah, I've heard that that like Macs are worth the investment, even though they're so expensive because they last longer than PCs. I've never had one. When I was in college, though, I was forced to do it for a certain class. That's all they had, and I was so confused trying to find my way around it. It's so different, and iPhones, same deal. It's so different trying to navigate it, but I have heard that they're better. I just never had those. The only Apple products I've had were iPods back in the day, but that's it. And those were good. I did have a defective one though. So, Doc said hi to Revis in the chat. I missed that. Sorry about that, Doc. Dieter said, "Can I send emails to the cast via IMDb Pro?" I don't mean the cast, the networks rather. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. But just me.
Does he have a pro account?
Yeah, he has a pro account. Yeah, that's
Weird.
That's how he got all the actors' contact information. So to send that, so I could send out the interview requests. Yeah. So Google is saying Duster is a Max original and can't be picked up, at least by Netflix. Oh no.
That's actually going to limit it to
politics.
The minor networks then.
Okay. See, that's not fair. If they don't want it, then they should just give it up. Sign away the rights to it.
No, because the thing of it with the Max one, it means that they hold 100% of the distribution rights.
Right.
So the only way it would work is if, let's just say, Netflix was to do it, but instead of airing it on Netflix, it's still airing on Max.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which they won't do.
Right.
I mean, why would you put all the money into doing a show that you can't even show on your own network?
Yeah. Well, that sucks. Well, maybe so. Okay, it would have to be a network on TV, like network television then, or cable.
Maybe
right?
Sci-Fi.
Oh, it'll definitely get cancelled next season if it's on Sci-Fi. Also, that's a good thing. Throw it on Sci-Fi because that'll freak the crap out of people. Like people are like, wait, is it aliens? Is this time travel? What's
Well, it's got the MK Ultra hook. That might work.
Yeah.
At least
mind control. Yeah, I mean that could work. So
maybe finish the story in one more season. So we see Lyle, come up. We see Xavier. We figure it out. We deprogram him, and then they open up a speed shop where they're customizing and rebuilding carburetors or something. Happy ending for everyone.
And then they talk about family, and then they do races in the desert, and then they go to space in their car. Oh, wait, different franchise, never mind.
Right. Yeah. And they'll be like
Sci-Fi, at least in the States, used to show pro wrestling all the time during the day. So I don't know, I don't think Duster's that far off.
That's right. A lot of cable networks deviate dramatically from the theme that they're supposed to have. Like, does MTV show anything music related anymore? And it literally stands for music television.
I mean, that's true. Like CNN, they don't even show news anymore. Or what they call news, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've got all kinds of networks like that, There's I forget. The Travel Channel has all kinds of stuff not related to travel anymore at all. Like it's happened with multiple networks, and yeah. So I mean, who knows? I mean, Sci-Fi could pick it up regardless, whatever genre it is. But Bill Chill, yeah, Max, may assholes explain. There you go. That's a great one. Love it. Somebody needs to call Tim Apple and tell him to pick up the show. Steve said.
Or we can, you know, we could do, Julie. We could just rewrite it, you know, and put it on another network. We just call it Buster instead of Duster.
Yeah, yeah. Do
Just
our
change
version
the
of
D to a
it.
B. Just put a little line in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Sharpie a line
Yeah.
in the D.
Yeah, do the reveal our way, which would have been way more impactful. And oh, this is just a coincidence. Yeah, what are you talking about? This isn't the same show. Yeah, we could do that. Doc said we could probably order dusters off the internet and have them shipped right there. Just me says, I love that. We just need an address. Oh my God, what have we started here? Doc said, I just posted to TwitX. I'm picking Apple TV to pick up Duster. Oh, thanks, Doc. Yeah, it's worth a shot. Doc just me said, love that, Doc. Amazon could deliver directly to them. Yeah, Amazon can take care of it. We wouldn't even have to do anything. Teeter says, okay, I cancel the fireworks and nasty emails. And okay, so Doc has an address here. It seems likely the best address to ship items to HBO executives is their corporate headquarters. And he's got the address here, 30 Hudson Yards, New York, 10001 USA, based on multiple reliable sources. Well, there you go, guys. Dieter's got another one here, another address. Yeah. Samuel said, I'd love to see how Wade would react to Sachs being innocent for Joey's murder. I know, right? They were best friends. And yeah, now Sachs is dead. We don't even get to see the aftermath. If I lose out on that interview because of this, I'm just going to be sick, because this is an incredible opportunity, a very unlikely opportunity for me to have been able to get.
Don't talk it into existence, Julie. You have an interview on the 28th, and you're going to talk about jazz. You should practice your scat, you know, bitty bop, skibbity beep, you know.
I do enjoy jazz a lot.
Mhm.
I love jazz music. So yeah, I'm happy to talk to him about that and some of his iconic roles of the past. So that'd be awesome. It'd be like a dream come true. What else is here? Oh yes, by the way, we still have a cameo giveaway going on. So if you weren't here earlier when we announced it, we're giving away another personalized cameo from Doug. You can ask for a number of different things, including a pep talk, advice, some kind of holiday greeting, a birthday greeting, or multiple other options. And to do it, you just have to type in, let's see, where's my banner? It's hashtag cameo, all lowercase, right here. So if you type in the chat hashtag cameo, it's still collecting entries right now. So you can enter to win. Is random. We'll do the drawing by the end of the live tonight and announce the winner in the morning in my YouTube posts and in my Discord too. We'll announce the winner on here also, but in case the winner isn't here, we'll announce it for everybody, just so you know, and everybody who entered, so you'll know. Let's see. We was talking about the sock. Carl, the trick is to put the lotion in the sock. Oh my God.
Throw it in the microwave for 10 seconds as well. It warms it up.
Yeah, and it's it's hashtag cameo, Grant, not camel toe.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I thought it was
Yeah.
Hashtag cameo.
What do I win with that hashtag?
Yeah, exactly. What do you win if it's camel toe?
You may win a picture in my gallery. I'll send it to you. But it might actually. It's going to be a different animal. It might be a moose knuckle.
Mm. Phil Chill said HBO hasn't been the same since Real Sex. Yeah, I think I remember that. That was a fucked up show. Yeah. Sock to keep it up, slide off. Yes, Bill. That was an unfortunate choice of words that I used. Boo is upset about Duster. Yeah, I think Boo was making some noise earlier. She's not happy about it either. She's making her voice heard. Brandon says, I will be seeing Keith David soon. Unbelievable. We hope if I'm able to do this interview, I'll be doing that and posting it on here. Yeah.
When, Julie, not if, when you do the interview, you will be posting it on here. When?
Okay. When I do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now it is currently booked for July 28th, 11 something a.m. And it's just it's a press junket interview. So it'll be a specific time slot as he's doing virtual press junket interviews all day. I'll get a 15-minute slot, and it had to be one-on-one and pre-recorded. As much as I would love to have him on here live, but he is an incredibly busy, legendary actor. So of course he does press junkets. And so, yeah, I'm just lucky to have any time with him at all. And I'm really looking forward to it.
You should ask him what's the most common question he's ever been asked, like the one that he's been asked the most.
Yeah, because I bet you one of the most common questions would be, were you the thing at the end of the movie? As if he would know. He wouldn't know.
He's not Carpenter. They are different people.
Yeah, but people have these false impressions that these misguided impressions that actors somehow have inside information about the plot and the characters that they really just don't have. Like Doug, he doesn't know any answers.
How many times do people ask Doug about the intricacies and the thoughts of the directors, and he's just like, I don't know. It's like, how am I supposed to know that?
Yes, exactly. He doesn't know, and neither do any of the FROMcast about the mystery. But people ask anyway. Yeah, Duster was a sci-fi documentary. I don't know, Steve. I would say action, crime thriller, but sci-fi. If it goes into the MK Ultra realm, maybe.
Mm-hmm. But I think
just me. If you can't find them there, go to a farm and just send them crop dusters. That works too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just we found. She says, "I'm gonna go see tomorrow if they have them at the Dollar Tree." Carl, sorry, were you gonna say something?
No, I think Stevens was referencing. There is a sci-fi documentary out there that is called Duster. I don't know if that's what it was actually referring to. Is
there? Oh,
yeah,
yeah. When I was first looking, when you were talking about the series, I'm just like, doing something on a documentary, and I'm like, and then I was like, oh no, it's actually a TV series. But I mean, it's a what one word title hasn't been used multiple times?
Right. They're all out there. That's why you can't copyright song titles, because think about it, how many songs are titled "Love"?
Right. Exactly.
Multiple use. There's only so many words.
On that subject, Ed Sheeran a couple years ago or so, Ed Sheeran made a Christmas song, and he collaborated with Elton John to do it, and he was so thrilled to get to do that, and he decided to call it, like, the song is basically like the conceit is they wanted to put every possible cliche about Christmas, every cliche from every Christmas song he wrote into this song, every one that he could think of, and on purpose. And he decided, like, to see, like, he was going to call it Merry Christmas, but he thought there's got to be some other song out there called Merry Christmas. Someone must have done this. And he looked, and there is no other copyrighted song. There's no song at all.
Oh,
actually,
wow.
Not just copyrighted. There is no song out there called Merry Christmas other than that. Yeah. So he called it that.
Wow, what an interesting. Yeah, that's such a fluke, huh?
Right? You would
Yeah.
think someone would have named their song Merry Christmas by now. But they didn't. Anyway.
Yeah, there's 1,000 versions of the song called Hanukkah. How does that work?
Right.
Yes. Steve said just send them envelopes full of dust. Oh man. Yeah, just like get some dust bunnies from under your bed, sweep them up, put them in an envelope, send that. I could sure do that, and it'll be loaded with cat fur too. Big clump of cat fur and dust. There you
The
go.
problem is someone opened it up and they've just gone, someone's just sent us a weird mysterious powder. Time to lock down the place.
Oh, we experienced that back in the early 2000s, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
I mean, you can't even send the president like crushed up Tic Tacs or anything. It's ridiculous.
Such an outrage. Freedom is gone.
This is why we can't have nice things. Yes. Stevens said, I think Apple is one of the cheapest services too, which is crazy considering how good the shows are. It is. They
don't need to make money off their platform. That's the thing. It's a side subsidy project.
Yeah.
I think they actually haven't made money yet or something, right? Isn't that true? I think I saw an article that said that.
Yeah,
Really?
well, I mean, all the streaming services but Netflix are in like massive debt. Like Disney Plus is $2.5 billion in the hole, but because it's all owned by Disney, the parks subsidize it.
Right.
So as a collective, the parks, the service, the DVD sales, the video on demand, it's all positive. It's all making money.
Right.
But that's only because the parks are there. Apple's the same way. Amazon, pretty much the same thing as well. HBO is a bit different because they don't have another product that they sell. So they're very transparent with how much they're losing, but they look at it as, well, it's a brand that's going to last forever. You think of HBO, you think of good quality television, so you're gonna get your cable subscription and you're gonna get your internet one.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Well, if that's the case, then they should bring Duster back. That's what I'm saying. Is get Zasloff on the horn and let him know, hey, fucker, we need this show back.
Yeah. Because that was quality.
I'm sure that sentence will convince him.
Yeah. That was quality television, like that. If anything was that, I mean, J.J. Abrams with all his clout, and you had Josh Holloway, like they couldn't keep this going. It just baffles me. I don't get it, but and they even got the great Keith David. He doesn't sign on to just be in any random thing. Like he's in. I mean, his filmography is it's pretty stellar. So, what a shame.
That's going to be an amazing interview for you. Amazing.
I'm afraid to hope for it now, but yeah, I'll try to think more positively like you.
There's all kind of things that you've said that you thought weren't going to happen, and then they did. Okay, so this is the same thing. So keep your eye on the prize.
I believe. Yeah, if it was me doing it, I would do the weirdest interview that he's ever had, so he remembers it. I would ask him all the questions about David Keith, the other actor, the white actor that has basically the same name but in reverse, and just go, wait, so you weren't Daredevil's father in the Ben Affleck film?
Yeah,
that would be funny.
Because he also has a jazz band, which is kind of funny as well. So,
yeah.
He actually played with Hugh Laurie in his band the year before last. So.
Hugh Laurie, yeah, I heard he's quite the musician. Yes.
Yeah, and he sings in his native tongue, so it actually sounds better than his American accent.
Cool. Oh yeah, I love his native tongue. The best. Yeah.
Pause.
Doc said, I might order and ship the duster through Walmart. Okay, yeah, you could do that too. Legendary can't call Kong King Kong because RKO is sitting on and squandering the rights to King Kong, but the books are public commons or something, so they can use Kong if they don't call him King Kong. That's so dumb. The hell? Copyright laws. Stupid. Same thing with Marvel.
Yeah, Denzel can win an Academy Award by saying his name. How does that work?
Denzel, what? What did you say?
He can win an Academy Award by saying the name.
Yeah.
In Training Day, it was like, King Kong ain't got shit on me.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's a line from
Okay.
another movie that you haven't seen, Julie.
I figured.
Yeah.
So many of these references go over my head because I haven't seen the movies, but I'm checking them off the list bit by bit. What's it called? Training Day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's with Denzel and
Ethan
what
Hawke.
yeah, Ethan Hawke. That's the one I was trying to think of. Yeah. Eva Mendes is in it too. There's a particular shot of her that is quite shows her acting chops.
Oh, really?
She does have some nice chops.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, yeah, I like her, actually. I like her. And the other guy you mentioned, what's his
Ethan
name?
Hawke.
Yeah, I like him too.
Yeah.
Steve said same thing with Marvel, Sony, and Spider-Man characters. Right. Yes. Oh, and Ethan Hawke was in a horror movie that was fantastic. What was it? It was
Purge?
what?
The Purge?
Nope, it wasn't that. It was a really disturbing. I gotta look it up now. It was a really disturbing horror movie. It had a shocking twist that I was not expecting. Sinister. It's called Sinister. Highly recommend. It's a horror / mystery about a true crime writer who's in a slump, who hasn't had a bestseller in over 10 years. He's becoming increasingly desperate for a hit. Then he discovers the existence of a snuff film showing the deaths of an entire family, including kids. He vows to solve the mystery. He moves his own family into the victim's home and gets to work. But when old film footage and other clues hint at the presence of a supernatural force, he learns that living in the house may be fatal. Excellent movie. Shocking.
It sounds almost like Stir of Echoes from the 90s with Kevin Bacon.
That was a good one too. That was a good one too.
I've never seen that one. I think I've heard.
Yeah, Stir of Echoes is a very similar premise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of spirits affecting your mind and making you go crazy.
Stir of Echoes. I just added that too.
My favorite Ethan Hawke movie would be Gattaca. I really like that movie a lot.
He's gonna say it has to be Gattaca. No one's gonna say, oh yeah, Predestination. That was his. No, it's Gattaca, hands down. Everyone in that film nails it.
Yep. And I believe that's where he met Uma Thurman, if I'm not mistaken.
It could be.
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh yeah, that was 90s. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
I loved Predestination. That was excellent. That was a really good. I want to rewatch that actually. Predestination. I had forgotten all about that now.
Well, it's his fourth best sci-fi film. That one.
Yeah, that was a trippy one, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with Gattaca.
He was actually going to be the lead in Wayward Pines, but turned it down for a movie role, and then Matt Dillon ended up getting it.
Oh wow! Yeah. And then that was an excellent show too. At least season 1 was. Just me said.
Well, yeah, because
Max, huh?
They took all 3 books and they put all 3 books as the first season. So by the time it went to the second season, there was no story left because they used all of it up in that first season.
Yeah, and it wasn't supposed to have more than 1 season, but it did so well that they decided to try to stretch it and make another season, and it just failed miserably. So.
Yeah. But I love that the author of those books, Blake Crouch, He's one of my favorite authors. He's done Dark Matter. There's a new Apple TV series, Dark Matter. Watch that one. And he's got another one called Recursion. It's the best play on time travel that I've seen in a while in a book.
What's it called again, Grant?
Recursion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Blake Crouch.
Yeah, Dark Matter was pretty good. I like that show.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked what was it? Constellation more though. That was also about alternate universes, and I just think it did a better job. It was more esoteric. It was more challenging to try to figure out what was going on. It didn't hold your hand at all. And I loved that about it. My favorite episode was the most confusing episode, and it was named after something related to Alice in Wonderland. It was so good. It was so trippy. What?
Down the rabbit hole?
It may have been. Yeah,
Through
down the
the
rabbit
glass?
hole. Or through
Through the Looking Glass?
I think it was Through the Looking Glass. It was phenomenal. It got canceled after one season, but in this case, I can live with it because they revealed most of what was going on, and they just kind of left one little thread at the end where they could pick up and do more if they wanted to. But at least you understood what was happening, and you didn't need another season. Dark Matter really didn't need a season 2, but they ordered one anyway. They wrapped up Dark Matter.
That's the whole book. That's the book. Like,
so what are they doing?
doesn't make any sense. Like,
it's probably going to be
they
another way.
skipped over a lot of the good stuff in the book for the series. And I'm like, well, then you could have just stretched it out,
right? Yes,
right.
They could have dragged out this premise longer. I feel like they rushed it, and I didn't like that. They could have dragged it out. I wanted to see him keep exploring so many more of these parallel universes, and they could have kept that going. If they wanted to do another season, that's what they should have done. But they made it too easy. It was too easy for him to achieve his goal by the end of season 1 and find, his way back home and get his family and whatnot. Stretch that out. Now what are they supposed to do? Season 2 is going to be lackluster by comparison, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't know where the story's going to go.
Yeah, I have no idea. Just Me said after HBO Max officially canceled it on July 9th, 2025, Warner Brothers Television and Bad Robot reportedly tried to shop the series elsewhere, but those efforts were unsuccessful. Oh, for Duster. Oh, so they already tried. That was quick. I mean, doesn't it take longer than that? I mean, they only tried for a day.
I think in the article that I read, Julie, it was not just like the day after. They were shopping it like towards the end of production. At least that's what I thought I read in the Deadline article or one of the articles that I read. So they know. They get the feeling, they get the numbers, they have a meeting. They kind of know it's like if this, if that. So and that's why the ending was what it was. And it wasn't what we had mapped out. What we had storyboarded was a lot better.
The ending we had in mind was way better. Joey would just Jim would encounter Joey. Joey wouldn't recognize him, that would be the best possible reveal. Like, he would be like, "Oh my God, Joey, you're alive!" And Xavier would be there. He's like, "Who the hell are you?"
Or if you wanted to go the heartbreaking route, they don't recognize each other, and a fight or whatever happens, and he accidentally kills him.
Oh,
that would be full circle to the whole thing. Oh, I didn't actually kill you. Oh, turns out I did.
Oh, Grant going dark on us, man. No. Poor
Yeah. Yeah, no, good. He deserves it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I gotta head off. So,
Grant, thanks
Thank
for
you,
joining. You doing anything with your channel these days?
Yeah, I'm still doing. I got my other channel, the Full Aussie. do streams every week. I usually see Dieter and Doc in the chat, which is pretty cool. So yeah, all things Aussie, and yeah, just making fun of people, watching Indians versus trains. They never win. Trains always win. They should learn, but they don't. Women versus elephants, people breaking their legs, all the fun stuff. So
Awesome.
yeah, tune into that. It'll be on Saturday.
Is that, you said your other channel, not the one we know?
Yeah, I do it every now and then. I've still got some interviews I'm sorting out. Just had a couple of people that had cancelled, so all rescheduled. So yeah, going from there. And Miss J actually, she did like maybe 60 or so from trivia questions as well, which I haven't. She sent them to me, but I haven't actually seen yet. So maybe next time we could do some trivia. I'm not gonna roast you any harder than your photo that you sent me. You already did. So sorry, Data.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's, yeah. That maybe next time we can do that. Dieter, I accidentally hadn't highlighted it, but Dieter dropped the link to your other channel. Make sure you subscribe to Mr. Grant's, both of Mr. Grant's channels, and hopefully we can do some trivia the next time. That'll be fun. Like maybe Friday we could incorporate some.
Yeah, no, that'd be good. I do it on like a Jeopardy board, so it's got all the music and everything and the fun categories. So yeah, makes it fun that way.
Nice,
So,
Grant. All right.
I'll talk to you later.
Okay. See you later, Grant.
Bye, Grant.
So let's see what else is here in the comments. Let me try and catch up. We really haven't talked much from tonight, and this was going to be a from live, but it wound up being a Duster Requiem live, and instead a dog live / a Duster Requiem live. But we can still talk some from before we head off. Let's see. I don't need to leave just yet. Doc says it's okay. I got that. I'm trying to catch up to where I was at before. Hold on. Nope, that was an old one. Let's see. Doc said I was never really into jazz, but I've oddly been making some jazz music lately, so I guess I like jazz now. Nice. I love jazz. I got into listening to some jazz in high school when I was kind of exploring listening to different genres other than just the usual pop and pop rock I liked, and so I listened to some newer artists covering some old stuff. Jamie Cullum, he's this amazing British jazz artist. He started in the 2000s, and he's so good. He's one of the best pianists I've ever seen, yeah, he's phenomenal. He was great at turning non-jazz songs into jazz, which I always thought was so impressive. He turned like a rap song into jazz. I wish I could remember the title of it. It was a popular one. Let me see if I can find it. I love scatting. People who can scat. I mean, I certainly can't, but it's harder than it seems. It's not just a bunch of random syllables. It is harder than it seems.
Shibbity-bop. Shibbity.
Yeah.
JulieBDeepDives. Deep. I like some of the older stuff, like Sarah Vaughan and people like that. Miles Davis, Funny Valentine. Sarah Vaughan, I like. It's a beautiful song. It's called "Speak Low." I don't know if you've ever heard that song. That song's beautiful.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah, Sarah Vaughan.
Speak
Awesome.
Low.
Speak Low by Sarah Vaughan. Yeah, it's a beautiful song.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out. 20-something. That was the name of the album, and let me see if I can find it. It was yeah, he did he actually did a variety of things. But he did What a Difference a Day Made, Singing in the Rain, I Get a Kick Out of You, jazz standards like that. I Could Have Danced All Night. And then he did even stuff like Jimi Hendrix's The Wind Cries Mary. Yeah, it was a great album. He made it when he was in his 20s. Now he's still making music today, I think. But the name of the song that he turned into jazz, I'm trying to find it. I can't find it anywhere. The hell? Yeah, it's like, okay, there are the singles, but where are the tracks? It was I still can't find it. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know. I guess frontin'. Jesus Christ! Finally found it. Frontin'. That is, but it's you say it frontin'. It's done by who's the original artist? That's a hip hop song. Pharrell Williams. That was it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, by Pharrell Williams. Yes. Excellent song. Anyway, yeah, there's Mr. Grant Gregory's second channel. That make sure you check that out. Check out his lives. Always a good time. He's on Australian time, so I noticed he does lives in the morning for like US people. It would be in the morning. I see him going live early morning.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can just quickly catch up in the chat here. Dieter said, I know the feeling at you, Carl. I do the same thing sometimes, being scared, and then it happens. Like, well, yeah, you were encouraging me not to like speak something into existence, right? Like, like let's not make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm not gonna do this interview or something, right?
Right.
Yeah. Dieter said I sent a. Oh, what was that? I unhighlighted something that you highlighted by accident. That's sweet. Thank you, AA. I appreciate it. I do love purple too. I don't just like red. I do love purple and pink. I have pink stuff too.
Yeah,
Let's see.
that blouse looks really nice, by the way. Really nice.
Thank you.
I think I'll get one in my size as well. Bring it on in. You say it has a knot in the front?
There's a knot. Yeah, see?
Oh,
There's a
nice.
knot.
Nice.
Yeah, so that,
Mm-hmm.
huh?
I said maybe I'll do that with my other shirts or something. So we can be twins.
We can be twins.
Mm.
That'd be cute. Yeah.
That's me, cute.
Oh yeah. That's the adjective you'd use to describe the dude who wears like Raiders jerseys and has the thug car as the avatar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, cute.
Yes. Brandon said, Julie B, you got any interview? Speak positively into existence. You got this. Plus, you have all of us backing you. Thank you so
Right.
much.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Absolutely.
really cool. Thanks,
Yeah.
Brandon. I appreciate that. Well, I will try and like this is something I have a history of doing. Not speaking positively enough. Being pessimistic and not hopeful at all. So I got to try and rewire my brain to think more positively. I'm working on it. Hey, welcome, Jones Dean 29. Nice to see a new name in the chat. Twilight Zone 2019, Nightmare at 30,000 Feet deserved a whole TV show about it. Yeah, I liked that a lot, actually. I liked that a lot. It was a Jordan Peele version of the Twilight Zone. And it was a really fascinating concept. So I could see that dragged out, spread into a series, maybe at least a limited series, maybe. For sure. My favorite one, though, was actually written by John Griffin, the creator and one of the writers of From. It was an episode, I forget what the name of it now, but it was about a housewife who gets rounded up along with a bunch of other people by the government, and they don't know why. They're taken to like an undisclosed location. They're not given due process, like they can't have lawyers or call their families. And there's a big twist at the end. And maybe I won't spoil it for people if you want to check it out, but it's it's something like if you watch it, it really makes you think, well, maybe Tony Teflon might be right about his alien theory regarding From. I'll just say that because John Griffin wrote this particular thing. And let me see if I can find the name of the episode. We should show it. I want to do a watch party. Well, we're going to do a series of watch parties in the Discord with shows and movies that are similar in theme to From, and this would definitely be one to use.
And that was like a Jordan Peele Twilight Zone episode, or?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I've never seen
that at all.
I've never seen it. I remember when it was like advertised, like it was coming out, and I was intrigued, but I never got a chance to watch any of the episodes. I never made the time to do it. So
Right.
that'd be something cool to check out.
Definitely, it's worth a watch. It's by far the best remake of the Twilight Zone that's been done, and it's the third remake. There was one in the 80s that was pretty awful. There were a handful of episodes that I thought were great, and definitely,
I agree.
Like the concepts and the twists. A few of them were worthy of standing up next to the original. I would say the execution, the production value wasn't as good, but the stories of some of the episodes were Rod Serling worthy. The Twilight Zone from the 2000s was horrendous. It was hosted by Forrest Whitaker, I believe. It was terrible.
Okay.
Not even watchable. The only episode that I'd say is worth watching is a sequel to what's the one about the little kid who controls the whole town in the original Twilight?
The actor's like Bill Mummy or whatever. Yeah, I forget what it's titled, but it's like, that's good that you did that. That's very good that you did that. Yeah, right. Yeah.
You just reminded me of the title. Then it's a good life. That's what it's called. It's a good life.
Okay.
Everyone's supposed to say, everything's so good, and it's good that you turned that guy into a Jack in the Box. It's real good, like. Sure. Yeah. So they did a sequel to it in the 2000s, and they actually got Billy Mooney, grown up Billy Mooney, with his real life daughter, also with a little ginger, just like him, red hair, just like his, and you could pick out his daughter a mile away. She was so cute, but she was another little psycho, so she inherited his abilities. So it's worth a watch just for the sake of nostalgia alone, because of his tie to the original Twilight Zone. Obviously, it's not as good. The production value, the writing, it's not as good, but worth a watch.
And that was in the 2000s. You're saying that like that's the only episode that was any good?
That's the only one. There was one other that I liked the concept of. It was related to Barbie doll. I believe it was some kind of Barbie doll storyline where the Barbies were alive and they were evil. I love any evil doll storylines, so that worked for me.
I think most Barbie dolls are in fact evil, so I agree with that.
Yeah, I think I had way too many of them as a kid myself, and they give girls like an unhealthy body image. They have impossible proportions for an actual human adult woman, but I don't know, it didn't really bother me. I just liked my Barbies. And so that I love any haunted toy or haunted doll stories. And that one was pretty good. That was it, really it, those two. And then obviously in the 2010s, we had Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone, which was by far the best quality, the best written, and it still wouldn't hold up to the original. I had such high hopes because I love Jordan Peele's work. He's amazing. His films are amazing. Get Out, so good. Us.
I like
Nope.
I liked Nope. I did. I liked it.
Yeah, and if anyone had a chance, could maybe do justice to this series and this legacy of Rod Serling, I thought Jordan Peele could do it, because he's great at writing really interesting, thought-provoking storylines involving the paranormal, but also incorporating social issues and really insightful messages behind his work. and make it entertaining on top of it and compelling. So I thought that, yeah, he could actually pull this off. I was so excited. I subscribed to CBS, some kind of old CBS on-demand app that they had, just for that.
Oh, that was
And
before they switched it to Paramount Plus. They called it something else, like CBS All Access or something. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yes, and it was worth a watch. It wasn't a bad show at all, but if you just judge it in isolation, it was worth a watch. But it can't hold a candle to the original, not even close.
Well, what can, right?
I just feel like, why can't anyone come up with an anthology series that can stand up to the original Twilight Zone? You'd think someone in all these years could have. I've searched high and low. I've watched Tales from the Dark Side, Tales from the Crypt, every Twilight Zone incarnation, and I've watched one called Thriller. That it's an older anthology series, hosted by Boris Karloff. And I don't understand why nobody can pull off something similar to this. Nobody. Rod Serling was just a genius. He was a visionary. There is no creating anything remotely like that Twilight Zone. Black Mirror comes close, but it's a little too dark for my personal taste. But yeah, I think the number one thing missing from Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone was lack of atmosphere. Where was the music, the unsettling music? That was an important ingredient in the original. It didn't have that. And I know it sounds like a small gripe, but that was important to the mood of the whole thing. The original score to the Twilight Zone was so unsettling. That ingredient is necessary. But anyway, Vacancy. Oh, sorry. Could you highlight whatever that was?
Well, I like what Bill Chill had to say about the Twilight Zone.
Yeah. What was that? Creativity, originality, and ingenuity are needed to uphold the Twilight Zone. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. And it's got to be, a work of genius. That's what Rod Serling delivered. Just me, you don't like horror, huh? I guess you probably just tolerate the gore in From because of the mystery. I tolerate the gore because I love the mystery in From myself. And yeah, Vacancy, that sounds familiar. I don't know if I've seen that. Have you seen that?
I don't. It's not that I don't like horror. I just don't watch enough of it. So I'm not the expert as far as those kind of movies go. But you're right. It sounds familiar, doesn't it? Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, sorry, did I cut you off?
No. Go ahead.
By the way, I remember the name of that episode of the Twilight Zone, Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone, the one that was written by John Griffin, is Point of Origin. It's called Point of Origin. And it also had one of the things that really held up to the original for me was the fact that it was using a sci-fi premise to disguise an actual social commentary. It was an allegory. And it was commenting on some socio-political issues going on at the time in the U.S. I thought it was brilliant how they did that. That is true to what Rod Serling used to do. He used to take a sci-fi conceit and couch really important social commentary in it and get it by the CBS network and the censors and everything. And they would go right over their heads because he would say, okay, this is about aliens, but really The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street is an allegory about McCarthyism. It's not just literally about aliens. It's about the witch hunt that was going on at the time. And Rod Serling very well may have had friends in the entertainment business who were being targeted by McCarthy, being labeled communists and whatnot. It was happening a lot back then.
Right.
So.
Like that screenwriter Trumbold or something like that, right?
Yes.
Wrapped up in that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Absolutely. Let's see what else the chat has been saying. Look up voice shows Keith David. Everything is there. Yeah. I gotta look into his whole, like, I've seen some of his biggest roles, but I've got to go into his whole filmography and his voice work for sure.
You gotta watch. You gotta watch some gargoyles. You absolutely have to watch some gargoyles.
I will.
Mhm.
I definitely will. Yeah. Let's see. What else? Where did I leave off here? Doc said Grant wins a pic of my camel toe of me trying and failing to talk.
Mhm.
Oh my God. Doc, you're so funny. It doesn't sound very, like just me said, it sounds uncomfortable. It's gotta be, ooh, that can't feel very good. Anyway, okay, I did that one. Sorry, let's see. Actually, my costume was originally so that people wouldn't recognize me from because I had that one during what OF because I had one during the quarantine. What's that?
OnlyFans.
Oh, OnlyFans. I've never seen it abbreviated. Okay.
Mhm.
Gotcha, Doc.
Hey, remember, Doc? The internet's forever, buddy. It's forever.
Yeah, be careful. Yeah, so yeah, you wanna I mean, hey, some people
Sorry
make
about
loads of money doing that. It's okay. People make loads of money doing that too. Yes, he's busy because he has a jazz show. Stay with the music. I see why now. Yeah, Keith David's got a jazz album coming out. Yeah, don't let HBO Max cancel the interdive as well. Seriously. I want to do more interdives. I'm really excited for this. I mean, I never got so many bites before. I got 6 different people from the show interested and 3 definite yeses this week. Damn, of all the luck. Anyway, I figured, I finally got in on the ground floor of a show that's going to take off and no such luck. But that's okay. We'll soldier on. Maybe we can do that with the Institute. Get in on the ground floor of the Institute. Well, keep forging ahead, looking ahead, and I have a really good feeling about that. Being a Jack Bender produced and directed show based on a Stephen King book. Sounds like a winner.
Yeah,
Sounds
yeah.
like a winner.
And we know that Julie B is gonna dive deep. Dive deep into the Institute, and we all got your back.
Oh, thank you. And you could bet on that. You can bet on that. And even though we think it's a huge deal, like, oh wow, Jack Bender produced and directed it. It is still on an obscure streaming service, MGM Plus, so that gives us a leg up. It's not going to be getting as much attention as a new Netflix series or Hulu even or Amazon or HBO. So now we can get on the ground floor of a new thing. And I do have a few leads on interviews already for the Institute. 3 leads right now that I'm pursuing. Thanks to Dieter and his help getting me, moving on that early, helping me, assisting me with the process of it, getting me their contact info. So anyway, this is there will be more opportunities, and so I'm looking forward to that. And let's see, I can't believe that's already coming up this weekend. I remember hearing it was going to be coming out, and we were thinking June 14th. Then I heard, oh no, July. Oh wow, it's such a long way off. We've got plenty of time, and boom, it's almost here. I'm looking forward to it a lot. I think this will give the From fans something to chew on while we wait for From. Like, this will scratch that From itch, as it were.
Yeah, you gotta scratch all your itches.
Yes. Doc said, Bill Chill, can you send me your favorite theory videos and post about that so I can cover it Friday? Yes. So Bill Chill, if you saw that message from Doc, definitely do that, because this Friday on From Academy, we're going to be diving into fan theories on the nightmare creatures. So we're finally getting around to that part of our nightmare creature series, and that I believe will be the last one. If we can get through them all. Who knows? If we can't get through them all in one, we may have to extend it for one more week. But we're going to be diving into Robert Saunders' theory, Nick L. Both of them have amazing, in-depth, complex theories that I'm looking forward to discussing with you guys. And we're going to do those as early as we can in the stream. So maybe Robert can at least be there for the beginning when we discuss it. And anybody else who's submitted theories in the Discord regarding the nightmare creatures in the From Academy channel, we'll discuss those. And if you haven't done it yet, you can still post your theories. That way, if you're not able to stay for the entire live, which starts pretty late, 12:30 a.m. on Friday, then we can at least discuss your theories. I'm going to timestamp it all after it. So if you can't watch the whole thing, I'm going to have timestamps, and I will put a timestamp for every theory from a fan that we discuss. And that way you can find it easily. It'll be right in the comment section. So share your theories. We'd love to hear about them in the From Academy channel in Discord. The link to the Discord is in the description of the video if you're not in there already. Thank you so much, Dieter. You deserve it all. Keith David, we pray for you, friend. You're very sweet. Thank you. And you deserve it all too. You're such a great guy. An amazing person. Yes, I do. I could use House MD. If anybody knows Hugh Laurie, a House MD for my pain, yeah, I could use one of those. I think about that a lot.
The Mayo Clinic's not very far away from over here, Julie. There's probably a House MD right there.
I can only hope.
Come on down.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be. If I could, I'd be on the next plane at this point. I need help. I need to get out there and go to that clinic. I think needs to happen.
Yeah, yep. I'll help you. I'll take you there.
Yeah, sign me up. Real Cinema Therapy. Hi there, Lori. Nice to see you. Yeah, God, Duster bit the dust. Damn. Yeah. It's very sad. Not happy. Not happy about this.
It got straight dusted. Duster got dusted.
Duster got dusted. Son of a bitch, as Sawyer would say. Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Amy. Ethan Hawke's daughter is on Stranger Things. She plays the girl who was, I think she's now dating another girl on the show. I forget. Yeah, I think she was like she had a sort of flirtation going on with Steve, but now she's dating a girl, like a new character on the show. I forget her name, but she's really cool. I like her a lot. Brandon says, okay, I don't like the Mars movies that spend the movie on the travel, but never exploring the planet Mars. Oh, what movie would that be?
I'm not sure. Because was like The Martian with what's his face? Matt Damon, did it explore the planet, or was it just him surviving after everything went wrong? I don't remember.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, I know he grew some poop potatoes.
What?
He used like the sort of fertilizer of his own body to grow food, because the dirt's different over there.
Oh my God, that's so gross.
Yeah, sorry you were drinking at that moment.
At least I wasn't eating.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the only one that pops into my head of those. Like, you remember how there was like Red Planet and then Mission to Mars, and there's a bunch of stuff in the like early 2000s, I think.
Okay, yeah.
And then The Martian, that's a lot newer.
I prefer, like, if I'm going to watch an alien related movie, I like it to be like a scary thing, like an alien invasion sort of movie, rather than just space travel and things like that. I get a little bored, but alien invasion stuff, I really enjoy that. I want to watch Independence Day again.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now, have you seen any of the Aliens movies? The Sigourney Weaver ones? Yeah.
Just a few months ago, I watched the original for the first time, believe it or not.
Okay. No, I can believe it.
Yeah. That's the only one, though. I haven't seen the rest of them. I heard they change a lot. They turn more into action movies rather than a more psychological horror.
The second one is basically like exactly that, like a war against the aliens, the xenomorphs. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, so I'd like to see more of those. I know there's a show coming out, Alien Earth, that Dieter thinks I should cover. I don't know when it's coming out. I'd have to look into it though. I don't think I should cover 2 new shows at once again. So if it's overlapping with the Institute, that would be too much to juggle.
I thought it maybe had a July release date, but I would have to double check.
I
But
thought
yeah,
so too.
that looks like a good show. But you need at least to watch the next movie, at least, because that really establishes the sort of like the lore of the behavior of the aliens and having a queen that lays the eggs and stuff like that.
Right. Like I definitely feel like I would need to see more of those movies first. And it's like when I started watching the Chucky series, I hadn't seen enough of the Chucky movies to appreciate. You can watch it without being able to understand all the references, but you can appreciate it a lot more when you get all the references to the many Chucky movies that are incorporated in the show, including some of the original actors from different movies showing up again. It's amazing how they did that. It's so cool. I heard it got canceled though recently.
What, the Chucky show?
Yeah, I heard it
Oh,
got canceled,
I don't know.
but it had like a 3-season run, I believe, so it's not too bad.
Right.
I love it
But-
so far. Great show.
But yeah, you should definitely watch that second. There's a lot of cultural references. Like game over, dude, game over. And then why don't you put her in charge? No, that's another. That's another one. You
Yeah,
need to watch that movie. Just like
definitely.
I know you just recently watched Total Recall. I'm sure that your fans would appreciate knowing that you saw that.
Yes,
Mhm.
yeah,
Mhm.
I love Total Recall. I really enjoy the concept of that and the mind bending aspect of it. I love anything mind bending, mind fuckery. Sign me up for that. So that's one I'd been meaning to watch for a while. I just never got around to it. In this age of streaming, it's just so hard to even pick. There's such a wealth of options, of shows and movies to watch that it's so difficult to just pick one at any given time. And you can also rewatch things too many times, like I do. So yeah, I miss a lot of things. Oh, hey David and Gilles. Total Recall was my favorite Arnie movie of the 90s. Oh, okay. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. Terminator is probably like the best one I've ever seen of him so far. Original Terminator and Terminator 2 also. But Total Recall was fantastic. Something about Arnold delivering these funny lines in German accent.
Yeah.
German accent that just makes it so much better.
Yeah. No, he was like, you got what you wanted, Cahagan. Give those people air.
Yes.
It's like, and that other line too, he's like, you got a lot of nerve showing your face around here. Ugh, look who's talking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's move to Mars. Now here I got one more for you. See you at the party, Richter. Man, I'm done.
That accent is spot on. It's crazy. It really is.
Yeah, like Dieter said, get to the chopper.
Yes. Foundation, is that a show that got canceled prematurely too? I heard that was good.
No, season 3's coming out soon.
Oh, okay.
I like that show. First season a little slow. Second season picked up pretty good.
Okay. I just added that too. Joan Steen. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Get to the chopper. Brandon K. Yeah.
Get to the chopper. I mean, all of Arnie's like one-liners are so great, like when he threw a knife at some dude and he gets, he dies and the guy and Arnie goes like, stick around. This is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, his accent just makes
Arnie movie.
His accent just makes everything funnier. His one-liners as the Terminator were epic. I just loved his lines.
Right.
Yeah. And like in the second movie, the kid, John Connor, as a kid, was like teaching him. He's the one who taught him "Hasta la vista, baby," and like the iconic lines. Yeah. Brandon K said, saw a preview for Operation Hail Mary. I will read the book before the movie comes out. Looks promising. I never heard of that one. Don't know what it's about. I don't know anything about upcoming movies. I got to pay more attention to that. I always just focus on the TV shows. So, have you heard of that? Operation Hail Mary?
Operation Hail Mary. I think it's a book by I'm gonna get his first name wrong, so I'll just say his last name, Weir, and I believe he's the guy who wrote The Martian. So it's like he's an author of both of those series, and it's with Ryan Gosling. And and it's already in the trailer. I don't know why I didn't hear why he had to travel to wherever he traveled, but he ends up meeting an alien. And it's like it looks like a pretty cool concept, you know?
Yeah, nice. Yeah, Amy. Yeah, I'm loving Arnold's movies too. I'm just now getting introduced to them now, and I love them so far. Absolutely. Dieter said, Pandecolima, you are a natural. Keep doing what you are doing. I second that 100%. Doing an amazing job.
Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Let's see. Steve said, best ending for From is what we find out. As we find out all our theories about the show were what was causing everything.
Now that would be meta, right? That would be meta, right?
Yeah. You just took the words right out of my mouth. I was literally about to say that would be meta.
Yeah, would be.
That would be meta, indeed. Yeah. Love it, Steve. Dear, yes, I'm climbing little by little. I went over the last day or so. I went. Actually, I believe it's because of that interview I did with Ravis Dorsey. I went from 1.93 subs, 1.92 subs to 1.93. I definitely picked up a few because of Ravis Dorsey and his family and friends coming and joining. So that's really cool. Yeah, I'm making my way. I'm inching my way little by little towards that 2,000 mark, and we'll do a celebratory stream when I hit the mark for sure, like what we did with the 1K.
Congratulations, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. God, it's weird. I feel like I just hit 1K. And Jones Dean says no one knows the original name of the school clinic. No, I don't think it. I don't know. If anyone in the chat knows, correct me if I'm wrong. I think there was a faded sign on it that said something high school. So I'm not sure, though. I don't think it had a name on it that was visible. But let me know in the chat if anyone knows about that. I'm From, okay? Referring to From, of course. And Dieter said Julie fits with every killer. Still makes my day. She's always kind to me and it makes me feel good. Thank you for everything. Well, thank you for everything. You're always kind and generous. Thank you, Amy. Appreciate the kind words that Amy and AA. Appreciate you guys. And let's see. Yeah, it's difficult with my pain. Yes. Trying to write down positive stuff and not be so negative and pessimistic, indeed. Hey there, Professor Hoodoo. Cool to see a new name in the chat. Yes, They Live is an amazing movie. We're going to do a watch party for that soon in my Discord. So if you want to come watch, the Discord link is in the description of this video if you want to join. We do watch parties all the time for TV and movies. On Saturday nights at midnight, I'm pretty sure that's when the new show we're covering is going to come out, which will be The Institute. So we'll be watching that when it drops, and then we'll do movie watch parties, possibly we'll do one before that comes out, maybe like 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll start doing them earlier. And then sometimes we'll do them after the midnight premiere of the Institute. We do movies ranging from horror, sci-fi, comedy, action, you name it, just all kinds of good movies. And like, we're going to be doing a lot of watch parties for shows and movies that are similar in theme, in some way at least, to From or Severance. So yeah, it's always a good time. Bill Chill said John Griffin wrote that episode. Yep. Point of Origin. Yeah. And highly recommend From fans check it out. The original Twilight Zone, I thought it was more. It was only 156 episodes. I thought it was like 200. I know there were a whole lot. The Cornfield. Yeah. It's a cookbook.
That's my favorite episode, actually. I love that one.
That's your favorite? To Serve Man?
Yeah. Like when remember you talked about fourth wall? That one breaks the fourth wall too. He's like, are you out here somewhere? Are you on a ship like I am? Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. That was cool.
He does. He talks right to the camera. I forgot about that.
That's right.
That was so unsettling. That ending was one of the most, that might have been the most unsettling ending I have ever seen on a Twilight Zone episode. Like, almost too unsettling for me. Like, when I was in high school, it kind of freaked me out. Like, I didn't like it. There was just, I don't know, it just spooked me. I was easily spooked though. Joan Steen said in that episode, Mark S goes into 1015 flight and gets into a seat where there's an old radio. Yeah, in that Twilight Zone episode, Nightmare at 30,000 feet. That's right. In the Jordan Peele one. He puts on the radio, it's a podcast about the disappearance of flight 1015, his flight. Really good. Yes, I forgot how meta that is. It is really meta. I forgot about that. And his name is Mark S, just like in Severance. That's funny. It's a weird coincidence. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm so jealous, Professor Hoodoo. Professor Hoodoo said, I just wrote Tower of Terror today. That's themed with the Twilight Zone. The Twilight Zone, they rebranded it around the year 2000, and I got to ride it back then. The Twilight Zone Tower of Terror. Any Twilight Zone fan would love that. They made it so creepy with Rod Serling's voiceovers and seeing the moving around in the dark in this fake elevator shaft, like this fake compartment, but it's moving down hallways instead of just up and down. And you see the sparkling night sky, and just like on Twilight Zone, then all of a sudden the doors open, you see the whole park, and it drops you multiple times over and over again. I wouldn't be able to do a ride like that now. I think it would hurt my messed up body, my pain, but I loved it back then. Oh, that's amazing. I went on it 2 times in a row. Samuel said
was your...
Hmm?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was gonna ask you, is that the one that your dad refused to get on? It was like you and your mom went on it twice? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
My dad wouldn't go on it at all. My mom and I went on it twice. He was too scared.
Okay.
He couldn't handle thrill rides.
Funny.
I honestly was more scared the second time because I knew how bad it was going to be. I knew what was coming. So I was actually more freaked out then. Yeah, Get Out was amazing, Samuel. Yes. Us was worth seeing. It was a little more of a letdown. And I have to watch Nope still. Us was good. It just wasn't quite what I was expecting. Yes, Brandon, Twilight Zone is unmatched. The ideas broke many mental walls and increased the imagination. Absolutely. Tales from the Crypt. Yes, Amy. There were some good ones. It was a little, I don't know. That one was so gory and sexualized and stuff. I don't know. It's not my favorite, but there were some good episodes, and Tales from the Dark Side had some. There were a few Tales from the Dark Side episodes that could have been Twilight Zone stories if their production value were a little better. it was just as good as the original. The Geese in Stacks was my favorite episode of that, and it's basically like about a creepy dollhouse. That's all. That's all of the premise I needed to know to watch it. I love that kind of trope. Thanks, Lori. I guess I need to wear more purple. Thank you. I appreciate it. A pink lipstick would work good with the outfit as well. Yeah, Amy, I have some pink lipstick too. Yes, Lori, Rod Serling was a genius. Brandon said, because people focus on the norm or what is hip now, no new imagination. Exactly. No shock, nothing. I can figure out so many movies because they remake instead of being original. Horror is not scary because we are desensitized. Brandon, could not have said it better myself. Absolutely. Nothing more to even add to that. I second that 100%. Amy said, I mostly like sci-fi, mystery, comedy, horror, and thriller movies. Well, that's quite a variety, Amy. Me too, actually. I don't watch a lot of comedies, but like dark comedies, I love. Bill says, I'm also pointing to a lack of originality. Yes, with studios often recycling familiar tropes and formulas, leading to a sense of deja vu. Also, we have a sea of remakes and reboots, not enough original ideas, and even just making too many adaptations of books. Those are good, but again, like not an original idea. So anyway, yes, please like, share, and subscribe, and ask kindly to HBO Max to keep Duster or sell it, like Dieter said. Please. I will definitely watch the Gargoyles intro, Branded. Absolutely. David says, how do I say this?
Rosicrucians.
Rosicrucianism, the Four Tempers, and Severance need a deep dive. I was doom scrolling and saw a clip that spoke about the four controlling forces in Rosicrucianism. Very illuminating. Okay, interesting stuff. I'm going to screenshot this so I can look into that, David. Thank you for the suggestion. I love it. I love your esoteric interpretations of things and analysis. Fascinating stuff. Okay, let's see. See if I can catch up here. It's still behind the chat. Sorry, guys. Yes, you're a great guy, Dieter. Of course you are. Is that a surprise? We think you're a great guy. We all do. And you're welcome. Yes, I've heard Aliens is good, but some of the sequels are not. Is that right, Carl?
Yeah. I actually like 3, but I don't like 4. I think 4 is just sort of a lot of like tropes and like just trying to cash in. But 3 has some positive elements. It's definitely sort of out of, it kind of didn't. It wasn't a good sequel, but it's weird. It wasn't a good sequel, but I think it's a good movie kind of thing, So, but
if as a standalone, like if you judge it on its own merits.
Yeah. I mean, some of the CGI is a little suspect, but I think it was a good story. I don't know, maybe people disagree with that in the chat, but that's the way I look at that one. Like I would just watch it as its own thing.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, Aliens, Predator, and Terminator. Let's go. I know them all. Oh, cool, Brandon. Yeah, good taste. Let's see. Comics, The Alien complained with an AI robot. Amazing. What is that? What does that mean?
I'm not sure.
Comics, The Alien. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Let's see. Yes, Chucky movie. There's a Chucky movie in development. Oh, wow. Another one with franchise creator Don Mancini leading the project. While a release date is not yet set, it's anticipated to arrive between 2026 and 2027. Well, since it's got the franchise creator helming it, I would have confidence that it's possible it could be actually good. Who knows? It's tough when you've already made so many to keep it fresh and new, but with times changing, they can update it and add, all kinds of new elements to it that wouldn't have been possible in the past. New scenarios with the changing times. Like the Chucky show does. Even though the Chucky show was canceled, yeah, that's right. The movie that was to go alongside the show is still moving forward. Oh, good. So the story will continue in movie form again. Excellent. Well, that's great news, Doc. Because I wonder if it had a satisfactory ending. I haven't finished it yet. So Julie needed to explain the fourth wall. I always said yes, and eventually I needed to ask. You don't have to be embarrassed about that, Dieter. It's not everybody. I mean, for one thing, English is your second language, and that's something I learned about mainly through taking a couple film classes. So it's not something everybody knows about just naturally. Tales of the Creeps. I think you mean Tales from the Crypt, Brandon. Tales from the Crypt. Creep Show. Creep Show is one I haven't watched a lot, but I need to check out a little more of. And they all tried to match Twilight Zone, but they fell short. Hey, Taryn, nice to see you. I wonder why so few of the actors seem to be on the From set at the moment. I haven't been paying attention to that, Taryn, but yeah, let us know of any more details that you're aware of that are going on. You've always got your ear to the ground on whatever's going on. We can count on you for that. And watching the social media. I'm so bad at keeping up with the social media accounts of all the From actors and showrunners. And if you really pay attention when they're filming and stuff, they do post pictures and little hints, sometimes just in their stories. So you really got to be on it. And I'm not on Instagram enough, so I keep missing those damn stories that disappear after a day. I think after 12 hours, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't know, maybe it's a day, but still not enough. So I miss all kinds of stuff. But thankfully, some eagle-eyed fans, they screenshot it, and then we get to have all of these things and analyze the hell out of them as we do. Did you ever watch Creep Show, Carl? Is that one you've seen?
I think I've seen some episodes, but it was such a long time ago. Like in my head, they're like combined with Tales from the Crypt. I think maybe the chat can tell me. I think the Creep Show was that the episode. Was that the show that there was an episode where they're like swimming in a pond and there's this like black goo and they're stuck on a raft. Maybe the chat can tell me. I think that was Creep Show, and I remember that episode very much. But I don't know if
Yeah.
Like I said, I confuse it with Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah. Was it as gory as Tales from the Crypt? Like as gory and dark? Oh,
That's what I remember. Yeah.
yeah. I don't like that as much. It was just a lot of shock and blood and guts, and I don't mind that as long as there's a great, like, well-written story. And I feel like there was a lot of sleazy content in Tales from the Crypt. Like, just not as high quality storytelling as I would have liked, in my opinion. Like, From has blood and gore, but it's a higher level of storytelling. Oh, okay, David. Creepshow 2 at the Raft.
Yeah, that's what I remember. I associate that raft scene, and it was like a black goo that was like killing people. But yeah, that's what I remember seeing. I couldn't tell you any other episode or any other movie or story in the movie, but just that did leave an impression.
Okay. Yeah. It sounds creepy. I would watch that. I like creepy stuff if it's well written and messes with your head. Taryn's website, you dropped the link to that. You could check out Taryn's website and see all the books he's written. He's a prolific author, New York Times best-selling author. And here's the link to Taryn's YouTube channel right there, so you can check that out and the content that he's made on From, which is really fascinating stuff. He works hard on his theories. So we're gonna wrap this up shortly. I've been doing shorter lives for the sake of my health, and the fact that I don't have a treadmill to stream from right now. And so I'm just gonna go through the chat a little bit more. In the meantime, let's see. Brandon says, I can't wait for you to look into the long walk. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. I've got that on my list, Brandon. And yeah, I think I remember you mentioning Sinners in the chat before it came out. Sinners was an excellent movie. We watched it in a watch party. It's something we did on a Saturday night. Oh, okay, Bill. Creepshow had different stories. There was one story where a monster was delivered in a shipping crate.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
and that one I remember too. And there was a point where a guy put his hand in because he thought, oh, those are jewels, and it was like the creature's eyes or something, and he paid the price for reaching in there. But yeah, it had like multiple stories. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Nice. All right. I'll have to watch a little more of it. I love anthology horror series, or not just horror, but it's hard to categorize The Twilight Zone. It was an anthology series that was like a psychological thriller. Sometimes I don't even know if I would say horror. It was more a psychological thriller, sci-fi, fantasy, and then subsequent anthology series have tried to emulate that, like Tales from the Dark Side. And then you had Tales from the Crypt, which was much more horror based. So I'd like to see more psychological type of horror, like the Twilight Zone, psychological sci-fi, fantasy, thriller type stuff. That show is extremely hard to categorize, but I've been talking to for a while. I've been talking to Lori from Real Cinema Therapy about the Twilight Zone, and she'd like to do a stream. At some point, I want to make time in the schedule to do a stream where we talk about the Twilight Zone and with Carl too, like because you're a huge Twilight Zone fan.
Yeah,
So I'm sure you would be into that.
Yeah, that's an amazing show. Like we talk about all the time. Like when I have it, playing on Pluto or whatever. This is even the quote unquote the bad episodes are great TV.
Absolutely. Even the bad episodes, there is no such thing as a bad one. Really, it's still head and shoulders above anything else. So, just by the way, guys, if anyone who's just joined us recently, I haven't done the drawing yet. We are giving away another Doug Hughes cameo tonight. So you have, I'll give you a few more minutes before we wrap things up for the night. I'm going to put the banner up on the screen again. Let's see. Right here. This is what you need to type in the chat if you want to enter to win. The drawing will be random. We'll do it right here, right before we end. And it's just hashtag lowercase cameo. That's it. Just hashtag cameo. And Doug Hughes does amazing ones. You can get a pep talk from him. You can get advice. And he puts so much time, effort, and thought into it. He even edits his cameos. If there are any issues, like he literally spends time editing them. And he just makes sure that anybody who actually pays for one gets their money's worth. So I can't recommend enough getting one for yourself or for a gift for somebody else. If you don't win, the link to his Cameo account is in the description of this video, so you can go check it out. And you can get a birthday message. I mean, there are a bunch of different things. You can even get a roast. But that one would be a little difficult if he doesn't know who you are. I don't know how that works. Like, how do you roast someone when they don't really know you? But he did a roast of Dieter because he's gotten to know Dieter pretty well online, and it was hilarious. So yes, you can still enter to win that cameo if you would like. Anybody can put that in the chat. Yes, Laurie, absolutely. We will make that happen. We'll make that happen.
Julie, before you do the giveaway, just double check your DMs, okay?
Okay, gotcha. Let's see. Yeah, Twilight Zone. We're gonna also do a Twilight Zone watch party, Dieter. Yes, absolutely. In Discord, I've been wanting to do that for a while because I think there are multiple episodes. There are multiple episodes that channel the Twilight Zone. I mean that from channels, like different aspects of the Twilight Zone, like the concept of being stuck in a town that you can't leave channels a specific episode of the Twilight Zone where a couple could not get out of this town, and there was a mystery as to why. You know, you have subject of dreams possibly killing people. Dreams, so there's an episode where, you know, a man's nightmares are potentially going to kill him. And so, yeah, there are lots of episodes that I can point to, could be from adjacent or have similar concepts. And so I definitely want to do a marathon from Watch Party, where we show some of the most classic episodes and ones that are similar to From. And we can do a stream and discuss, especially those From related episodes. That's the whole reason I got into From in the first place, because the concept of being stuck in a town you can't leave reminded me of that Twilight Zone episode. And so I got pulled right in because of that.
Was that the one with the little devil head thing at the diner, or is that a different one?
Nope. It's one called Stopover in a Quiet Town. It's where a couple wakes up and they're in a town that they don't know how they got to, and there's nobody in town. The whole place is empty. They try to leave and they can't find a way out. It's got an excellent twist at the end.
Oh.
So I won't spoil the twist.
I'm sure I've seen it. You know, I've seen them all, like during the marathons and stuff. So I'm sure if like it started playing, I'd be like, oh yeah, I remember that one. Yeah,
absolutely.
But we definitely need to watch some of those for real.
Definitely, absolutely. So yeah, we'll do a watch party soon for that. Scarlet here says, "Hi, I was charging my iPad because it died and I fell asleep. But hey, you haven't done the drawing yet." No, I have not actually. So in just a few minutes I'm going to do that. So yeah, Scarlet, yeah, I don't know if you already entered, but yeah, okay, good, you did. So yeah, you still have the opportunity to enter. I'm going to do it the last thing before we wrap it up for the night. Yes, Brandon, the Hitchhiker. The Hitchhiker is one of my favorites too. Thanks for the ride, lady. That one's chilling. That one's really chilling. Yep. I discovered that one late because it was never on the marathons on TV for some reason, on the holiday marathons they would do. Oh, is there one from Creep Show that's about a hitchhiker too? Interesting.
Maybe.
I'll have to look into that. You can, invent lore to roast a stranger. Divniner, I don't know how to say this one. Divniner, I guess. Zember. It's deciphered.
Maybe diviner.
Diviner.
Like you're divining something, like you're predicting the future, right? Maybe
That's what he's going for. Yeah, could be. Okay. So let's see. Brandon, I still look out all the plane windows for the monster on the wing. Another iconic episode, William Shatner looks out and there's a gremlin, a very admittedly fake looking, like ridiculous costume on this gremlin out on the wing, but it's a classic, so we can forgive how silly the thing looks. And it's genuinely terrifying. This one moment, my favorite part of the whole thing is when he's getting increasingly unhinged, William Shatner, and he's seen this thing out on the wing opening stuff up, messing with the wires on the plane and trying to crash the thing. And his wife is saying, you're seeing things or imagining things, because he had just had a nervous breakdown and gotten released from a mental institution, and she was bringing him home, and everybody was telling him to calm down, and what an amazing performance. He was like sweating. William Shatner should have gotten an Emmy for this. He was visibly sweating and having a nervous breakdown on the plane. And then like they cover the window with a shade so that he can't see it anymore. But then when he opens it up at one point, there's the monster's face. There's the gremlin right fucking there, pressed up against the glass. That was my favorite part of the whole damn thing. It's a jump scare. It's like an actual jump scare.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I love it. Love it. Maybe I mixed up Creepshow and Tales from the Crypt. It's easy to do, Jesse. Yeah, they're apparently similar. So the shoes, the gangster in hell, the people tripped in the hole. Which one is that, Brandon? Must be a different anthology series. Not going to be on much longer, Scarlet. No, I need to get going and go do some self-care stuff. Oh, the Langoliers is amazing, Jesse. If you look on YouTube, I've seen it on YouTube for years. So if it's not on there, then it's probably on one of those free streaming sites. I've seen maybe one other person say they liked that movie. It's like a forgotten Stephen King TV movie that I loved. I remember when it came out originally when I was a kid in the 90s, and I just loved the concept. And my mom doesn't usually watch horror because it freaks her out too much, but she got up the courage to watch that with me, and we loved it. It was all about a plane that landed, and when the people got to the airport, there was nobody there, and everything was deserted. Like, I think, if I remember correctly, the pilot might have even disappeared. I'm not sure. I think the pilot of the plane wasn't even there with them or something. But I know the airport was empty, and everything didn't work right. Lighters didn't light. Like, carbonated drinks were flat. Food was stale. And they were trying to figure out what the hell was going on. And there was nobody around anywhere. And so like there was a big mystery going on. And I won't spoil the rest of it. But I'd recommend checking it out. I'd recommend checking it out because it's one of my favorites, and I feel like it's underappreciated. It's just underappreciated. Let me see if it's still on YouTube. I'm curious now. The Langoliers. I will admit the special effects are horrible because it was the 90s. But you gotta, it's on YouTube, the full movie. So you've got to like make allowances for the fact that it was the 90s and it was a TV movie. So the special effects and the CGI animation was pretty bad. But it was a mini series, aired over 3 nights. So it was about 3 hours long. Yeah, highly recommend. So yeah, it's on YouTube. Just search for the Langoliers. Anyway, so yeah, the winner, when we do this giveaway shortly, the winner can contact Dieter via DM in a Discord, or you can, if you're not in Discord, you can email me with your request, with your Cameo request, and we'll deliver it to Doug. My email address, I'll put it in the chat after I announce the winner, but my email address is also listed on my channel. It's just all lowercase, JulieBDeepDives@gmail.com, just like my channel. So easy. So yeah, if the winner isn't here, you can contact me via email that way, or Discord. You can DM Dieter, and I'll also make an announcement in a YouTube community post and in a Discord post as well. So let's see, did I miss anything else in the chat? That little girl, no smoking. Yeah, there was some episode of something called No Smoking. I remember that. I don't know if that was the 80s Twilight Zone one, but that sounds familiar. But anyway, let's see. Yeah, Bill. Okay, Bill. Okay, you loved the Langoliers. Good. I'm not the only one here who remembers that and loved it. I've got to start reading the Stephen King books. I've actually never read the books. I'm embarrassed to admit. I was an English major and a writing major, and I didn't even read the Stephen King books. I gotta start reading those. Yes, time was being consumed. That was the concept. That was the basic concept. But I won't give away how it went for anybody who wants to check it out. Yeah, and also, like Scarlet said, I recently showed this actually in a watch party in Discord. There's an episode of this Trilogy of Terror little anthology series. It was only like one episode in the 70s, and it had a Zulu fetish doll. It was this tiny little, like, vicious doll that came to life. You know, I love my creepy killer dolls, or dolls that come to life. Yeah.
Is that the
Amy,
one
what-
we watched? Is that the one we watched that one night?
Yes, I
Oh,
played that.
from the night gallery, right?
It wasn't Night Gallery, but we watched a Night Gallery episode also that night. The doll.
Okay.
It was the one about a killer doll, or
Yeah.
like an evil doll.
Yeah.
And then I played this one with this. It was this like scary little thing with sharp teeth and a spear. I think it was an African voodoo doll. It attacked a woman. Yeah, I
Right.
love that. I love that creepy shit. It's such a great trope. Haunted toys. Brandon said, "Take care, Julie, and all the family here." Oh, thanks, Brandon. Dieter,
Thank you.
Scarlet. Sorry, Scarlet. What was that? You said
No, I was saying thank you as well. Sorry.
it's okay. Dieter, Scarlet, Amy, Doc, Kaiju, Carl, and Doug Hughes. The movies are all on YouTube. Yes. Oh, all of them, huh? Oh, awesome, Brandon. Yeah, I'll have to look into some more of those. Yeah. And you take care too, Brandon. And hope you're doing better and healing up well. On your journey to getting better. Like I know how much you struggled, and we missed you. So, our thoughts are with you. Scarlet said there's a very scary demon in the Sandman that's all mouth and teeth. I think it's practical mixed with CGI, but it looks super spooky. Looks also like the comic book. Never seen the Sandman. Cool. Sounds cool. Yeah. Okay. Brandon said, I'm trying to make a movie list, but it's not going to be public, just for the Fromville community. Oh, that's awesome, Brandon. I don't know if you're in our Discord, but if you join the Discord, please do share. We have a channel that's TV and film in the Discord, so you can share your movie list recommendation in there. If you want to join the Discord, the link is in the description of this video, and it's a little bit tricky to navigate at first, but if you have any issues, you can DM Dieter or me, and we'll help you out. If you're not in there already, I don't think you are, but yeah, we'd love to hear the movie recommendations. And yes, Scarlet will be covering the librarians tomorrow, Thursday night. Let's see, it is going to be on Sci-Fi Vision, which is Jamie's channel. So Jamie and Scarlet will be covering that at 11 p.m. Eastern Thursday. Technically tonight, Thursday, Eastern, 11 p.m. Eastern time, doing the librarians live. So check that out if you're into the librarians. I hear that's a really interesting show. It's a nice original concept. With Alice likes the Langoliers too. How about that? All right. I thought I was like the only person who remembered that movie. Anyway, good more night, Brandon. Yes, Doc. Gonna suck when this ends, but I'll stream the last From Academy I had to miss. Yeah, Dieter. I do have to say goodnight in a minute. But yeah, there are always the replays that you can watch. Yeah, that movie with the African doll. It was great, Bill. It was like a little TV movie that had 3 shorts that took part of it, for sure. It was 3 shorts, and yeah, there was the third one was the one with the voodoo doll. The special effects were really good for that time, Lori. Absolutely. Oh, Brandon, you have all the movies. Awesome. Very cool. Okay, am I caught up here? And you are welcome, Scarlet. Anytime. Let's see. Remember the Twilight Zone? Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Five characters wake up in a room and they can't leave. A dancer, a soldier, a clown. Yep. That's probably I think the best one of the whole series. 5 characters in search of an exit. That's got From vibes for sure. That's one that I wish I could just wipe my memory and watch it again and not know how it's going to end. But with that said, I'm going to do the drawing now. And let's see. So yeah, we've got a bunch of entries here. I'm going to draw and see who wins. I'm going to share my screen so that you can see it. Let's see right here. So you can see it as I do it live, and it will be random. So let me just take the banner down here. Sorry, my Chromebook is a bit slow. I'm gonna take that off. Okay, here we go. Oh, there's one more entry at the last minute. That always happens. And I always feel bad if there's one after that, like after I click draw too. All right. Okay, I'm gonna do it now. Here we go. Oh, it's Bill Chill.
Nice.
Nice, yeah. Bill Chill. Congrats, Bill. Congrats, Bill.
One of the OGs.
Yes, one of the OGs, indeed. So, and I think Bill is still here, so we don't have to worry about finding a way for him to contact us, too.
Oh, yeah, here. He's right here.
He's right here. Yes. All right. I love doing these. It's so fun. Thank you, Dieter, for doing this. That was very generous of you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Bill is celebrating there. Yeah, everyone's saying congrats, Bill. And yeah, Bill, just congrats, Bill. You can DM Dieter, and Dieter will pass along your request to Doug. So thank you so much, Dieter. That was very generous of you to do another giveaway, another impromptu one too. Wasn't expecting that. Awesome. We love to give back to the community who's been so supportive of this channel, and yeah, and thanks to people like Dieter sponsoring giveaways, and Just Me did one. Yeah, really appreciate it. That way we can show some appreciation back to the folks who come and hang out with us every week, like Bill. So. And I can't recommend these cameos enough. If you want one, they're very affordable. You can look at the link in the description of this video and check out Doug's cameo page and order one for yourself or for someone else. So yeah, yes, like Bill says, thank you, Dieter, and everyone. Well, you're welcome. You're welcome, Bill. Anyway, Dieter said I wasn't expecting that either. Just thought about after a coffee. Just a spontaneous giveaway. Well, you're extremely generous, unbelievably generous, and you're not a rich guy. Contrary to what it may seem, Dieter is not rich. So thank you so much for your generosity with this channel and with everyone in the community. All right. With that, I think we should say goodnight. And And we didn't do a whole lot of From Theory talk, so I might have to rename this live something else, like Duster, Story Walking with Doug, and Requiem for Duster, plus miscellaneous film and TV talk.
Mm-hmm.
It's been quite just a fun stream of consciousness kind of pop culture chat tonight, and nothing wrong with that. Those are always fun.
Yeah. No, it has been fun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We don't have to pick a theme and strictly stay on topic every time. We just like hanging out and talking about anything as a community and having fun. Requiem for Duster. R.I.P. Duster. Yeah. It shall be missed, but we're not giving up. I'm serious about this. I am creating a petition. I second story holes. What? What is the story holes thing? What is that for?
Like glory holes.
Oh, okay. Got it. Story holes. Yeah. With dirty city names. We had that too. We had a whole tangent on dirty city names with Doug Hughes. To think that when he first came here as an interview guest, he was the first time he came here, we were just interviewing him, and I was so nervous. It was a formal live interview, and I was like, telling Dieter, like, maybe cool it on the dirty jokes during Doug's live. And who would have ever thought we'd wind up here, Doug telling dirty limericks and diving into dirty city names. He's just one of us now. That's all.
Yeah, you've officially corrupted him.
I've corrupted him. Yep. He went from quoting Mary Shelley on Tony's live to dirty limericks with us. But that's the kind of range he has. He'll still do things like quote Shakespeare, play the sax. You never know what you're gonna get from him, and that's so fun. Like, there's no need to be uptight just because you're smart and talented. Like, we can have fun too. We can have fun and not take things too seriously, and even go down some kind of after dark rabbit holes sometimes. We are helping Doug become the man in yellow. Yes, we are. We are, and we can watch him on the show and be like, wow, that's our friend Doug, season 4. Imagine that. It's pretty mind-blowing to think about. He's our friend now. Doug wrote those limericks before meeting us. It was for a play he was doing. Yes, he wrote some. He's told some that he just knows, but he also wrote his own and performed them for us. Yeah. Love it. Love it, love it. What a Renaissance man. He can do Shakespearean sonnets and limerick performances too. Julie tried to cool me down. I listened, and it appears Doug is the most nasty one. Yeah, I didn't need to cool Dieter down. Dirty Dieter. Nothing wrong with it. Like, I'm not an uptight person. Life is hard enough. Let's have a sense of humor and just have fun. That's how I look at things. We can run the gamut from philosophical debates about free will versus destiny, like we do on this channel, and dive deep into theories, esoteric, psychological analysis of various thought-provoking shows, and then we can dive into dirty limericks and dirty city names and glory holes. You never know what you're going to get, and it's always a good time. So anyway, did Dieter find his match? What match?
For like Dirty Dieter, so it's Dirty Doug, I guess.
Oh, okay. Got it. Yes, I think so. Indeed. So, all right. With that being said, I'm not giving up on Duster. Like I said, I'm going to be making a petition. I'll write the petition, and I'm going to start promoting it on these streams. And I'm going to make a dedicated video talking about why Duster should be picked up. I know it can't be picked up by another streaming service, but who knows? A network TV show could do it. I'm not giving up. It's worth a try, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. We gotta do our part.
Right.
especially if we're over here like storyboarding some great endings.
Right. Absolutely. So I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to make a video saying why it should be renewed, and I'm going to promote the petition in that video. And I'm going to ask Tony if he wants to promote it as well. Ask Tony and anybody else I can think of. Grant Gregory. They have lots more subs than me, so they have a bigger reach, and we'll see what we can do. It's certainly worth a try. So, yes, Dust Mites Unite, as Bill says. Dust Mites Unite. So the next live we do is going to be Friday night at 12:30 a.m. Eastern Time with Doc Kaiju, diving into the Nightmare Creatures theories that our fan community has come up with, and also various content creators' theories as well. Looking forward to that. And then the next series we're covering, starting, I'm guessing, I can't tell you 100%, but I think that the first episode of The Institute on MGM Plus is going to drop on that app at midnight Saturday. We will have a watch party in my Discord. And so if you want to watch live, join us at midnight Eastern Time Saturday night. I think I gotta try and dig up answers on that for sure, if it's going to be midnight or if it's going to be 9 p.m. Sunday night Eastern only. Sorry, what, Carl? Were you going to say something?
No, I just kind of chuckled. Like, yeah, we need to make sure what exact moment it's going to drop.
They need to be clearer about this stuff. Like, they need to announce this, and these streaming services don't, and then they surprise you. It's happened before. So I'm just going to plan for a midnight premiere, and I'll see if I can dig up definite answers. But in the meantime, I will be, one way or another, whenever it drops this weekend, I'll be streaming it for everybody. We can check it out together. Jack Bender's latest project. Jack Bender, our beloved From, executive producing and directing it. Looks awesome, full of mystery and supernatural or science fiction-y stuff. So we'll do that, and then Monday night we'll do our first live on it, 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll dive into episode 1. I'll do deep dives every week, breaking down each episode. That's gonna do it. Yes, with Alice. So that gets confusing, I know. Saturday into Sunday. So think of it as like 11:59 p.m. Eastern Saturday night is when you got to be ready for it to drop. So it'll be officially Sunday, but it still kind of feels like Saturday night. So 11:59 p.m. Eastern Sunday night. What did Scarlet say? Something? Someone said, damn Scarlet. Oh, she said DIY glory holes. Yeah. That was a reference to our little tangent we went on that other night with just me. Yes. Anyway. Good night, everybody. Have a good day or a good night. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you for all your support. And yes, I know that wasn't your creation, Scarlet. Thank you for all your support, and looking forward to diving into the Institute, hopefully with you guys. Let's give it a shot together. It'll help tide us over as we wait for From. I think it'll definitely be in the same vein. So anyway, thank you, Carl, for being here as always. Thank you to everyone who was on the panel tonight. As always, Doug Hughes, Gregory, Scarlet, and Carl, you're a natural at this as usual. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. It's my pleasure to be here. And thanks to everybody in the chat, but especially thank you, Julie. You're amazing. Thank you. You look great. Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you. And okay, have a good day or a good night, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby. Yeah, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season 8. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear the frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us. What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't